One moment, folks, as I make sure that at the very least I sound good and all that fun jazz. I guess that's fine. My volume's a little high on my laptop. Let's play some music. Music makes the people come together, or something like that. Oh, take your time, game. You can load the song. Thank you. Awesome. Anyway, that goes over there. Well, you gotta unmute too. That way y'all can hear the music. Yeah. Hi everyone. Hello, Mr. Exister. Hope you're doing well. And anybody lurking in, popping in, watching this later, all that jazz. Hope everyone's doing good. I'll admit, today's been kind of a bleh day today. I did like a minute's worth of video for like video editing, and I took a nap. I think this is just what happens when I'm once again I'm sweet tea deprived. So like my energy's just non-existent at all. So I may have taken a nap today, which I usually don't do, but I was just, yeah. I'm a little bit tired. I had like unsweet tea, but not a lot of it. So it's just like, ugh. But yeah, it was kind of a nothing kind of day, we'll admit, but you get those sometimes. But hey, hope everyone else is doing better, though. I hope everyone else is well. Your days are good. The days are numbered. That sounds like a threat. I don't know why I said that. Excuse me. But yeah. Hope y'all are well. That's stuff to talk about, but I'll talk about that in a minute. But yeah. It is Thursday. There are a few things. It is a week, as of today. It is a week until Mario Kart World comes out. Isn't that exciting, folks? Mario Kart World, just a week away. Woohoo! I am so happy about this information, and the Switch 2 too. But yeah, nice comment on glasses. This is a mask specifically, but thank you. I'm amazed you didn't notice until now. I'm assuming you've noticed the mask, but like, I mean, I get the reference, but like, yeah, I guess I never really did think. I think for comment on glasses, I think they need to be like a little longer on the ends, I guess. But I don't know. But it's just think Choker from Persona 5. That's kind of like the vibe that this max gives. Yeah. But lovely. It's a nice mask. I like it. But yeah. Switch 2's in a week. That's fun. I still have no clue like on when like mine's gonna be here. Like, as of like last night when I checked, or was it today? As of recently when I checked, the shipping information, like it's still like a 5-day like window, so that's fun. I love like a 5 to 6 day window is great. Yeah, I knew. I was just joking, like the joker I am. Badoom. But yeah. Man, any news? Anything newsworthy as we prepare for the week until new game console? Nintendo today didn't really have much. Except for like, I guess the home, like when if you use the unlock thing on Switch 2 where you like press the button, multiple times. It makes little noises for each button, so that's fun. But other than that, we did get a trailer for a Super Mario Party Jamboree Switch 2 edition, and what all the extra content is coming out of that. And I kind of want to talk about that at least a little bit. I mean, tonight's gonna be a very long chatting night. Well, maybe not very long. I'm gonna try like pace it to be relatively simple and easy and all that jazz. Yeah, Jamboree came out. So, information came out. So, we talked about, like, the modes that we already knew about, like, Bowser Live, which... Bowser Live is, like, looks like a little fun little mode. I won't be able to, like, do all of it, because I don't have the camera, or I'm not getting the camera anytime soon. But I think it do be neat to, like, I think that's just a little fun mode. It's just a fun little mode. There's the on-rail shooter, roller coaster mode with the Joy-Con mouse. That looks fun. That's gonna be a very interesting, mode to play. And then, the one thing I really want that they showed off today that they didn't show off prior was stuff for party mode. So, we already knew about, like, the face cam features for the party mode that were gonna be implemented, which, I just gotta say, the presentation just looks nice. I don't know, like, I just think it's kinda neat what they're doing with that. But, then they revealed that they are going to have a couple of extra, rules options for party mode. They're gonna have, tag team mode, I think that's what it's called, where it's just basically 2v2 in party mode, which they've had used 2v2 modes, for Mario Party before, like, for, like, particularly, like, the traditional party game. It was around, like, in the GameCube and early Wii era, so that's fun. But then other than that, it hasn't been brought back in, like, several games to, like, this degree, so I think it's neat that they're bringing that back. And, like, the item they revealed, the... What's it called? The Together Dice, I think? Where... You bring the other player over, whoever your teammate is, and then you roll together, then travel along, and you could get the whole 2-star thingamabob if you can. So I think that's a very interesting little gimmick. It'll be interesting to see how that'll be implemented. But yeah, I think that's gonna be pretty neat and dandy. And then the other party mode rule set that they revealed was Frenzy mode. Or Frenzy rules, both, where it's essentially, 5 turns only, but you get 50 coins, a star, a double dice set, and duels are available at the start. So, it's basically just kind of like a chaotic, like, I envision it as a chaotic quick play mode, where you want to, like, get to, like, want to get ahead as fast as you can. Like, you only have this amount of turns. You gotta, like, figure out how you're gonna implement that in the quickest amount of time. Which I think is interesting. It is gonna be a very interesting, rule set. I don't know how many people would play it, or how often it would be played. But, I don't know, I think it's kind of cool. In my eyes, so... Nice to see, what you call it? Nice to see party mode getting a bit of an update. Like, I wish, the part of me that wishes, like, we just got, like, a couple extra boards. You know, just for variety's sake. But the other part of me, like, has to remember, oh yeah, this is, like, the first Mario Party game in quite a bit that has this amount of boards. Like, there's only, like, 2 other Mario Party games for, like, the main mode that have, like, 7 or more boards. Like, Mario Party 1 had 8, and then Mario Party 9 had 7. Like, all the other ones have had, like, 6 or 5. Or 4 in Super Mario Party's case. But yeah, so... 2 extra boards, like, in this game, like, I should be fine with. Like, it's fine. Like, it's enough variety. I just kind of... But again, the part of me wishes there was... 1 or 2 more boards, I feel like. But other than that, it's fine. And then, mini games. In terms of mini games, we got, like, the mouse mini games. So, That would be neat. Just to have like some extra mini games here. I'm gonna make an assumption that you could possibly turn off the mouse mini games like you can with the motion. It'd be interesting if you turned off the motion but not the mouse. That'd be fun. But yeah, no. So yeah, more mini games in general would be neat. Pretty jam-packed content indeed. But yeah, overall, like Jamboree, Nintendo Switch 2 edition, looks neat, and I'm glad that they have like a couple extra rule sets for party mode, especially. That was a bit of a surprise when watching the trailer today. But yeah, other than that, yeah, I just think it's neat. And then other than that, I don't think there was really anything else in the news today. So yeah, excuse me. I think I'm gonna give it a few more minutes. I'll probably do it in like 6 minutes, and then we will get started on the festivities for today, because we're ranking 96 dang tracks. Like, good grief, like it's a lot. Yeah. But yeah, what else can we talk about in terms of thoughts, feelings? Well, next week I'm gonna be dog sitting, so that's fun. I like dog sitting. It's great. Like, I've dog sat for this dog in the past, so that's fun. And also I've like streamed while dog sitting in the past, so that's why I'm saying, hey, those streams next week, so yay. But yeah, it should be fun. And then a dog sitting a dog. I mean, Goofy and Pluto exist, so there's no reason why I can't. And also, in the lovely world of Sonic the Hedgehog expanded media, Archie comics, there was an actual dog in those comics a long time ago. I forget their name. Spiky? Was that their name? I forget. But yeah, like, the lovely Mobians did have an actual dog character that did become more Mobian when Archie rebooted. But Muskie, that was the name, not Sparky. Muskie. That was his name. So yeah, I could dog sit a dog. It's fine. So yeah, and I get to do it for a whole week. Yay me. That's gonna be fun. Y'all won't notice. Well, I guess in canon lore, I guess I just bring the dog here. Since with the stream layout, I'm not moving location. I can also just pretend I'm using a green screen for that period of time. That works too. But yeah. 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 Water. Yeah. I don't know why I'm thirsty, I just am. I guess I know I'm gonna be talking a lot, so I'm bracing myself. Or something. Thank you for the drink up, I appreciate it. Get me some drinking practice before I talk. I'll give it another minute, and then I will be ready to speak my mind about 96 dang things. It's great. I don't know how long this will take. I don't foresee this being short. Like, I don't see this taking like at most an hour. Like, I foresee it maybe being like around the usual like 2 hour mark, maybe. Like, I'm already all prepared for it, so yeah, it's gonna be a long haul of yapping. Been very interesting thought process, but we shall see how I do. I have done discussion streams before, so I can do it again. Yay me. Alright. I will hit the start recording button, that way I can be all prepped and whatnot. Alright, gotta make a little bit of a, I'm gonna do a little bit of an intro just in case this becomes a video. It might not become a video, but since this is here, but you never know. So, let me start this song over, that way I could do it. Okay. Welp, Mario Kart 8 is about to be put out to pasture because of Mario Kart World. And so, tonight, on this lovely day, as of this recording, it's a week before Mario Kart World comes out, I am going to be doing something that I probably should have done a long time ago, but never did, because it's me we're talking about. I procrastinate on everything. We're gonna be ranking every single Mario Kart 8 Deluxe track. All 96 of them. Help me. Let me go over the facing game now. Boo-boo. So, as you can see right here, I have a tier list. One big tier list with all of the tracks conveniently right here. I think. I think most of these are kind of scrambled up in a way or something. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, 21, 28, 35, 42, 49, 54, 63. Yeah, I guess they're all here. I guess they're just kind of all scrambled. Yeah, they're definitely scrambled. How the heck did all y'all get scrambled? That's weird. Like, okay, mainly is these last two. These last two got scrambled. So let me unscramble, y'all. There you go. That's better. Anyway, let's go back to what I was saying. As you can see here, I have a very big tier list with all of these tiers. And down here are all 96 of the tracks in the game. And we're gonna be putting them all together in this big old tier list and just see what happens. So, that's fun. And the footage I will be using, just to kind of get a visual on the tracks, is my previous stream of me playing all 96 tracks. Because I didn't feel like taking someone else's, stuff if I already have the stuff myself. So, yeah. I'm gonna, like, zoom it in a little bit. That way it could be mainly the tracks here. So, yeah, that'll be good enough. And, yeah, we can go ahead and talk about these tracks. I think I have it muted, right? That way y'all don't hear. I think so. Alright. So, let's begin this lovely venture with Mario Kart Stadium, the very first track of the video game. It might be a little much. Yeah. Now tell me, chat. Tell me, chat, before I move on with the video. Am I lagging a little bit? Is my PNG lagging? On my end of things, like, just so I can have a clarification. Because if it is, I'll just, like, scooch forward as, like, the tracks go on a little bit. Yeah, it's lagging. Okay, I'll just still frame it a little bit. That'll be fine. Let me find a good competent image of this track. If you would like to move back and forth, I would appreciate it. Okay. So Mario Kart Stadium here. It is the first track of the game, as one would expect. And it is a track that exists. It's not like the worst first track. Like, it's a really solid first track. I think out of all of them, like thinking on like all of the first tracks that exist. Yeah, I think this is like one of the good ones. Let me scroll up a little bit. Like right here, like it gives you like a good tutorial and like a pretty safe design choice for learning anti-gravity and anti-gravity driving. So I think overall that's just pretty neat. But I would say like it's not the most impressive use, but like again, pretty safe bet. I do like the stadium vibe. I don't think many circuits have like this much of a stadium vibe. Well, it's not even a circuit, it's a stadium. That's why it's called Mario Kart Stadium, you silly goose. And so yeah, I think this is pretty solid. So yeah, as a first track, it's not too bad, I think, in terms of like its gameplay elements. Like you got some shortcuts like in the middle of the track here, which y'all can't see the dang mouse, I remember. Like you got some shortcuts around like the bottom right corner of the map, and then like you got like at the end of the track a nice shortcut over yonder, right over here. But yeah. Oh yeah, there's my mouse. Okay, that was weird. Maybe because it's over here. Oh yeah, if I'm not clicked into the window, then you can't see my mouse. Okay, interesting. But yeah, overall, like I think this track do be pretty neat. It's not like the best first track in my eyes, but it is a pretty solid one, I think, out of all of them. I think for this track, I think I'm gonna give you the honor of... I think I could give you like a B. I think you're a perfectly fine average track. You do your job. Like, this track does its job for what it needs to do for being a beginner track. And it's not like boring. It's not too exciting compared to some others, but it's a just right kind of track, in my opinion. I'm gonna see what happens if I do this. Maybe do this instead. I'm changing my window a little bit. Not making an ass. Full screen, maybe that'll save a little bit of the lag. Let me adjust it. Okay. Yeah. One of these days I'll get a nicer computer, but that's not now. Alright. Next up on the list is Water Park. And Water Park... Let me see. Yeah, it'll be laggy. And Water Park, in my opinion... Like, the more I think about Water Park in particular, the not as fond of it as I feel like it should be. Like I'm not as fond of it nowadays as I probably could have been, like, maybe a year or two ago. Because I think one thing that I got pointed out, like, watching a shortcut video, was that this track doesn't really have, like, a lot of gameplay, like, variety. Like, you have, like, literally only one trick ramp, like, over here. And then you got, like, you got one trick ramp over here. And then you have, like, a cut over here. And that's literally it. That is literally, like, all you've got. And I don't really know why. Like, Mario Kart Stadium has, like, more, like, gameplay elements than Water Park does. Like, Water Park has, like, this big old loop with this thing going around it, which, I mean, cool. But, like, that's literally, like, the only anti-gravity thing you can spin on here. And then thinking about it, I guess it is, like, the first use of, like, the anti-gravity wheel thingamabobs in the game. So I guess doing a tutorial one with just this big old thing right here, it's probably not the worst idea. But I don't know. I just kind of feel like it's a bit overall. And then, like, literally nothing much happens at the end. Like, you got the carousel, which you could shroom through. And then you have, like, the glider ramp at the end. Here. As I spin out. Yeah, and then you got, like, the glider ramp. And like, the glider ramp's not even that interesting. It's just literally, like, like a very straight shot into the Ferris wheel, which is not really that interesting. And so, thinking on Water Park and what it is just in an overall spectrum, I'm honestly just gonna give this a B minus. Like, maybe like a very low, well, like you're fine. You're fine enough track, but like, you don't really amount to anything at the end of the day. Like, being called Water Park, I feel like they should have leaned in more on the water park aspect rather than, oh, it's a park that just happens to be flooded with water. I think that's where this track problem comes in, and I think because of that, I think I'm actually gonna put this in C+, which I don't think I was, like, expecting to do. But yeah, it's just kind of boring. Next up on the list, it is the Sweet Sweet Kingdom. Let me skim ahead a couple of seconds. There you go. Alright, so Sweet Sweet Kingdom over here. It's a perfectly sound track. I think it's a nice little bit of a nice taste after Water Park. Like, I think the visual here, I think it's pretty lovely. I like the sweet theming. The sweet theming is by far, like, probably the most interesting thing about the track. And then maybe I guess like the split path through like the orange juice lake. I don't really know what like the liquid is in this track. That's a correction I'm not gonna answer correctly. But yeah, like, it does have nice theming. Like, I do like its big emphasis on the theming. I think it's really neat. Though, anything I can critique about it? Not heavily. It is still kind of a simple track at the end of the day. Like, you got the cannon, which I think is a neat set piece to introduce early on. Then you just go down the little cake mountain, do the split path, and then the donuts. Yeah, that's not really anything necessarily wrong with it. It's just pretty sweet. It's a nice sweet treat. It's not like supposed to be like the main appetizer. It's just a lovely little thing to lighten you up, you know? So I just think it's neat. I think it's a pretty neat track. I think I will give it a B+, I think, on that regard. Like, I don't like it as much as other tracks, but I don't hate it. Or, like, think it's lesser than it is. I just think it, I just think it's pretty solid all around. I don't know why there's it looks like there's like this big old black bar like near the top. I guess it's just being weird today. I don't know. Anyway. And then last but not least, for the Mushroom Cup, we have Thwomp Ruins, a track that in my view, that I really like, all things considered. Like, Thwomp Ruins, like, for a final track of the Mushroom Cup, I think it's one of, like, the better, like, Mushroom Cup tracks. Especially, like, one of the better final ones, I think, out of all of them. I don't think it probably hits the same high as Toad's Factory. But, looking at all the other ones I can think of off the top of my head, in terms of last Mushroom Cup tracks, like, you got Calamari, you got BC1, you got Dry Ruins, you have Luigi's Mansion, which is a close contender, and then Shy Guy Bazaar, and then Toad's Factory, as I mentioned. Yeah, like, I do think this is one of the better ones, like, I think out of the lineup, and I just have a lot of fun with this track anytime, I play it. Like, I especially like, let me go back a couple seconds. Man, this stream is sure taking its time. Yeah, I especially like this section. I just think as a set piece, it's a really nice section. Gameplay-wise, like, once you know, like, which way you should probably go, you just kind of go that way, more or less. But I do like this big old roundabout area. You just kind of go in multiple different paths, like, on the sides, on the walls, in the water, through the thwomp in the middle via glider that gets dominoed down after a certain point in the track. Like, yeah, I just think this track is nice, like, in that. And it's just visually probably one of my favorite tracks, I think, out of, like, all the ones in this game. And so, I think, with it, I'm gonna put it... I think I'm gonna be a little daring. I think I'm gonna maybe put it in S- tier. So, like, all the way up here. Like, it probably shouldn't be this high. But I just like the vibes. I just like driving on it in general. I think I just think it's a really solid track. And really good Mushroom Cup track, in my opinion. And then you get to good old Martin Circuit. You get to Mario Kart 8's Mario Circuit. And it's a Mario Circuit. Like, the one thing that this track has going for it is that it's a Mobius strip. And, like, visually, I think it's pretty neat. Like, you're not gonna notice it much when on the track, but when you do, it's like, oh yeah, we are upside down, I forgot. That's kind of neat. That's kind of dandy. Yeah, I think it's a pretty neat little idea to do a Mobius strip kind of track. At the end of the day, though, it is really just a figure 8 you go around twice, and it's not really there's not a whole lot going on gameplay wise, so yeah, like you can cut through the dirt to get the piranha plants past. I don't know why I said there. Like, you can shortcut it around and whatnot, but, like, it's fine. Like, it only really works in a visual standpoint. Gameplay, it's pretty safe, I think, compared to most other Mario circuits. Not to say that this is, like, the worst Mario circuit out of the lot, because it isn't. But Yeah, I do kind of feel like it's just okay. Like, how okay do I think it is? I think it might be B. I'm gonna put it in B minus for now. Like, you're not bad. You're just not all that interesting. Next up on the list will be Toad Harbor, and I'm gonna pick this one right here. This image. All right. Next up we have Toad Harbor, a very visually interesting track. Kind of based on, like, you know, San Francisco or whatever. Overall, yeah, this is a really solid track. Like, the town theming, I think, works for what it is. You got quite a few, like, split paths along the track at certain points. The big downhill section, I think, is just a really nice, visual set piece. Yeah, like, it's just a fairly solid track. Like, there's that anti-gravity wall, like, on the top of the hill that just doesn't do a whole lot at the end of the day. But it is kind of cool to do if you want to do it, if you want to take a bit of a safer path. If you're not comfortable with, you know, driving through all the trolley cars or whatever. Yeah, no, this one's pretty solid. I do like this one. I don't think I like it as much as other people do, but I think I'll give it a nice solid, I think A minus, I think works for this. I think it's a good A minus track, in my opinion. I think it's a really solid one. And then next up on the list, Tristan Mansion. Alright. Tristan Mansion's up next, and it's good. It's a good track. That's really all it kind of goes for, though. Like, visually, aside from, like, the opening bit with, like, where you're driving on the walls, like, next to the table, like, it's not really the most visually interesting horror track in the series. Like, objectively speaking, it looks the nicest, but in terms of, like, the environment you're in water a whole lot of time, and there's not really a lot of interesting visual variety when it comes to being in the water compared to being, like, in the house. Like, I feel like it would have been neat if they, like, had, like, a room that was more flooded, like, being, like, an actual room rather than, like, a basement flood, whatever. I think that would have made this track just maybe visually more interesting, I think, out of the lot. Like, overall, like, it's not a bad track. Like, I do like driving on it. But I do think it probably gets, I think it gets a bit of a B. I think the one thing that's carrying it is that I think gameplay-wise, like, I think it's pretty fine. If the underwater section were a little more interesting, it probably could be bumped up a little bit more. But yeah, Tristan Mansion's just okay and all that jazz. Hey, Hedgehog, hope you're doing well. Alright, and then the last track of the Flower Cup will be Shy Guy Falls. Shy Guy Falls! Now, this is a track that's a pretty solid finale for the Flower Cup. There's a lot of, like, neat gameplay variety here, and the theming is really neat, like driving up a waterfall. That's a really good showcase for the anti-grav, and driving down a waterfall, that's fun too. And we all gotta say it, the Shy Guys are like a great aspect of it. You know, the wow 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 wows. We love the wow 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 wows, don't we, guys? Yeah, like, overall, like, gameplay wise, again, like, it's just fun. Like, it's just a really nice fast-paced track. It's just really solid and sound. It is a really good track. Like, I think. Like, it's just very, very solid. It's a very, very solid track. I think I'll put it, like, on the same wavelength as, Thought Ruins, I think. Yeah, I think its vibes definitely carry this track a little bit more than others, but hey, that's not a bad thing, really. I think I'll keep you there for now. Hello, Tom. Toadsucker better be in Triple S tier. Not the Mario Circuit disrespect. What is this, Husk Generations? If you want Husk Generations, you should watch, like, my oldest stream. That's what you should do. But yeah, for those of you just coming in, this is my rankings so far. You got these two up here. You got Toad Harbor here. Sweet Sweet Canyon here. Mario Kart Stadium, Mario Circuit, and then Water Park at the bottom just for now. So there you go. I need some water, jeez. Alright. Blah, blah, blah. Alright. Where's the F tier? I guess I haven't really explained it, much. But, like, I don't hate a lot of these tracks. Like, I don't really hate a track in this game. It just comes to a matter of, like, which ones do I like? It really comes down to, I like this one more than the other kind of ordeal. That's just me. Oh, now that I'm looking at it, where the heck did Sunshine Airport go? There you go. Get back over here. Yeah, this got all mixed up, I guess, when I was playing around with it or something. I don't know. Skimming through the VOD, because, yeah. Let's go here. Alright. Really? Because Sunset Wilds is right there. We'll talk about it. Sorry for, like, the on and off lag. That's just what happens when this exists. Why? Maybe I should have done, like, the YouTube, like, on, like, Roku stick thing. I don't know. Anyway, Sunshine Airport! Sunshine Airport's really good. Like, it's a really good track. The airport theming, I think, just works pretty well. And, like, the gameplay variety is pretty solid. Like, you got the box craters, like, all around, moving around, all that jazz. You got the one airplane you can, like, briefly drive through if you feel like it. That's fun. You got, like, just the feeling of flying through the air, doing a takeoff and immediate landing. That's just neat. The music is really solid, which, in general, this game's music is just really solid. So if I don't talk about it much, that's probably why. But yeah, like, this track just works. This track just works with its theming. It works what it wants to do. Like, it's a nice journey through the airport, I'm sure many people have said. Yeah, it's just a really solid time all around, and I think for it, if I can move it. Let me move it up a little more. I think you belong in the S. I think you belong in the S tier. I think that suits perfectly fine for Sunshine Airport. Now we move on to good old Dolphin Shoals. Look at Tom being big here, that's fun. Dolphin Shoals! I feel like from what I've seen of this track, you either like it or you don't. I'm on the camp of people that I like the track. I think Dolphin Shoals is a really, really solid track. It's a really fun underwater track, for my money. Like, I especially like the middle section with, like, all, like, the blowing pipes. And then you lead up all the way to the eel. Like, that's just a really fun bit of gameplay. I think other than that, yeah, you got, like, the dolphin section at the beginning, which I think is, pretty neat. And then you got the roundabout, like, near the end, which is just, you know, it's a roundabout. Like, it's a pretty interesting one, like, with, like, all the water going into, like a vortex or something while in the middle of all that. Like, visually, like, it's pretty solid. Gameplay-wise, I think it's really solid as well. Like, it's just a personal favorite of mine. I don't know what it is, but I do really like this track quite a bit. That's for sure. For it, I will put it, I think I will put it... Let's put it... I think it's as strong as Sunshine Airport a little bit. Just a little bit. Like I think any one less bit, probably put it like at S-. I think these two kind of stand on their own pretty well. I think they're both really sound tracks, in my opinion. The rare time I'm big. Indeed. And then let's go over to Electrodrome. Electrodrome! I'm probably one of the few people that don't like this track as much as other people do. Like, it's not a... Like, I think visually it's a really fun track. And, like, in terms of, like, the gameplay that goes for it, I think it's pretty decent. Like, I think the split back section is, just a really nice little piece of track. Other than that, though, I honestly kind of wish it was longer. Like, just by a little bit. And I kind of wish they incorporated more of, like, the music theming. Like, you only have, like, the little wall pixel effect section, like, near the beginning. And then, like, the steps near the end. Like, that's all you really have. And then the bouncing piranha plants, of course. We can't forget about the bouncing piranha plants. I just kind of wish they did a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Like, it needed, like, either longer length or just something else. Like, make, like, the split section have, like, something, you know? Like, I don't know what that would be, but it just needed something extra. I am feeling like. So, with that, I think I will put it... What do I want to put you? Because I like you. I like you well enough to not put you in, like, B. But I don't, like you enough to put you in, like, up here. I think... Yeah, I'm not really feeling you being higher than B+. Or like A-. Like, when you have all these multiple tiers, it makes things really complicated. Like, I think, like, any lower than B+, but not higher than A. Yeah, I'm gonna put you right here. I'm gonna put you in B+. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not really, like, looking at all the other ones and, like, what we have later, like, not really feeling it today. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not really feeling Electrodrome at the present moment, huh? Gotta love live rankings, am I right? You sound like a snobby track connoisseur. Listen, there's 96 of the dang tracks. How can I not? Anyway. Moving on to Mount Wario. Alright, Mount Wario here. It's a neat track. Gotta say, like, it's a really fun, like, descend downhill. Like, it has a lot of elements. Like, you start from a helicopter, going through, like, an icy mountainside, going into a cave, then, like, a dam area, forest, and then a ski, like, resort, sport thingamabob. Like, there's a lot of visual variety with, Mount Wario, which is pretty surprising. And, like, overall, like, this is one of the fan favorites for a reason. It's just a really solid trek down the hill. That's for sure. Maybe the beginning could be a little bit you know, more interesting. But like, when you get to like the second lap onward, there's a lot of different gameplay elements at bay. So it is a really fun finale track. The finale track so far have been like, you know, really solid. I'm sure that's totally not gonna stop anytime soon at all, right? Anyway. Anyway, we're gonna mark Mount Wario as a pretty solid dub. I think for Mount Wario standards, I think you're pretty much, yeah, I think you're on, I think I'll put you, like, right here on the top of S. I think that's a pretty fine place for it. Because I think, again, like, I think that just needs a little something. Just a little something. Then it could be a bit higher. But other than that, like, I'm happy. I think this track's neat. And then up next is the Special Cup. We have the Special Cup, everybody. How on this green earth is it lower than Sweet Street Canyon? Well, I haven't really, like, done, like, a proper ranking of all these yet. I'll probably do that later. Yeah, here, let me rearrange some of these a little bit. Why the heck not? I'll rearrange. Like, I'm just kind of plopping them down as I go along. Yeah, you are definitely better than Street Street Canyon, and then you're better than that. Okay, there you go. Just a little adjustment, that's fine. Anyway, Cloudtop Cruise. Cloudtop Cruise. What a way to open up a Special Cup. Like, it's a really solid cup, or a really solid track. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like the Mario, like the how you call it? Yeah, I just like the set pieces that you go through. Like, you start on like this beanstalk that's coming out of like a block, which is pretty cool. And then you have, like, you travel on the clouds, and you go briefly in an airship, which, oh man, maybe the airship section could have been just a little bit longer, but I don't need it to be, like, super long, especially when the storm section is a really cool set piece. Like, going into a thunderstorm, boosting your way down while lightning strikes, and electric guitar plays in your ear. Like, that's just really neat. That's just a really, really, really neat idea. Like, I'm glad, like, they did something like that. But yeah, it's just a really solid track, all in all. Like, it's just thematically nice. It's a really fun track to go through. I think out of all of these, I think it is on, like, the same wavelength of, like, S-. I think I'm gonna put it, like, here, maybe. Or maybe, like, up here. Like, either of these two could kind of, like, flip-flop either way. I think I'll put it here for now, though. But yeah, like, it's a really solid track to start off the game with. Good on ya. Bone Dry Dunes. Oh boy. Okay. So, there's a couple pieces with this. One, I like racing on it. Like, racing on this track, I think it's perfectly fine. Like, it is a tricky track. It's probably one of the trickier desert tracks, like, at least in the first half. But, like, it's just a really interesting, like, layout. I like it. I wish the theming was better, though. Like, I wish the theming, like, I wish, like, it wasn't, like, taking place, like, all these colors, like, in this, like, track, like, I don't know, I'm not a fan of the colors here. Like, it looks nice, but it just doesn't pop out And yeah, it's a desert track, but you can have a desert track pop out in some way. But like, even like all the other colors are here, quote unquote, like they're not really here. They're just kind of there, blending into the background a little bit. They're not popping out as much as I feel like they should be. So that's always been like my real complaint with this track. But other than that, like the layout's fine. Like it's nice to race on. And it's definitely like a, like I like it conceptually in the theming, so that's something at least. That is the dang wrong thing. Okay. So with that said, though, it's gonna be a bit lower on the list. Ah, those numbers here. Go away, numbers. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit lower on the list, though. How low? I think... B low. Yeah. I think B low. I think it's perfectly fine place to be. Because, again, track layout-wise, it's pretty solid. Pretty decent, at least for most of it. But, visually, it's just not the most interesting thing in the world. Alright. Next up, I think after I do this cup, I will take a small talking break. Or, like, I'll take a timeout and then talk with chat. Bow Wow Castle. We love Mario Kart 8 Bow Wow Castle, don't we? First of all, the outside of the castle is absolutely lovely. And second of all, like, it's a really fun track to race on. I think it picks up a little bit once you get to, like, probably, like, after, like, the first, couple of, turns. Like, once you get past the first couple of turns, like, that's where, like, the track starts being like, oh, man, this is really cool. And then you get to the anti-gravity, you get past, like, the fire bars and the spiky ball, and then you have the big Bowser punching on the split path section. But, like, that big Bowser statue, that's just a really nice looking Bowser statue, let me just say that. And then, like, the ending with, like, the boulders, like, in this, like, little mini volcano courtyard space, like, that's just neat. That's a really fun set piece. Like, the set pieces here, like, I think are just really dang solid. Overall. One thing I'm now just randomly thinking about, there's no thwomps in this Bowser's Castle. Now that I think about it, that's a interesting omission. But, other than that, like, hey, this is a really good Bowser's Castle. Definitely one of my favorites, in the series. And with that, I think I will put you... I think I will also put you in S. I think I'll put you... I'll put you above Mount Wario. Yeah, I think I just like playing this track just a little bit more than Mount Wario. Just a little bit. And I might like the vibes more. Yeah, you know me. And then last, but certainly not least. Last, but certainly not least, we have good old Mario Kart 8 Rainbow Road. Probably one of the more divisive ones in the entire series. You like it, you don't like it, and all that jazz. I'm on the camp that I do like it. I do like this Rainbow Road, but I can see why it's not one of the most spectacular Rainbow Roads. A point of contention I think most people have with this one specifically is the space station theming. And honestly speaking, I like the space station theming, actually. Like, it's definitely different compared to other Rainbow Roads, which are more, magical and whimsical. This one's more industrial, I guess, and I don't mind it being different. Like, being different from all the other ones. Like, I think it's a neat theme, in my opinion. But I will say, gameplay-wise, it's not the most interesting one in the game. Like, I don't mind, like, its individual elements, like the split paths or, like, the conveyor belts or whatever. But I think it does suffer a little bit from being kind of short compared to most of the other ones. Like, it is a really small Rainbow Road when you think about it. So, yeah, I think that's where it loses a few points for me. Because if the layout had a little bit more going on, I think this would be a very lovely Rainbow Road, in my opinion. But as it stands, I think this is like the first one where I will give it like an A. This is like the first A track I think I will give it. Like, you could be here if you had a little bit more. You could be here if you had a little less, or if I didn't like the, you know, the space station theming a lot. But I think you go perfectly right in A. I think you're solid A, in my opinion. Alright. Anyway, let me go to the next set of stuff. Let's go here. Take your time. Take the time. There you go. Okay. Alright. Before we move on, let's chill a little bit. Hi, chat. How's it going? How are we feeling so far on this lovely venture of ours? As I take a small time out. Well, like, what? 4, 8, 12, 16, like a 6th of the way there now? That's fun. What's this? Ooh. What's this? Browsing through the Discord's gonna have a lot of fun. Browsing through the Discord's gonna have a lot of fun. But yeah. Hope y'all well, Chatterinos. Alright. Man, I am tired, jeez. Alright. Well, we got a lot of trek through, so let's trek through. Let's keep going. Alright, Yoshi Circuit. Look, everyone, it's shaped like a Yoshi. Isn't that great? Everybody's favorite joke. But no, Yoshi Circuit, this is like one of the best circuits in the series, let alone this game. Like, it's oddly a very fun layout. Like, who knew driving on basically a Yoshi would be honestly kind of fun? And like the visual upgrade they gave to this version, like, it's just really neat and really sound and really fun. I think for like the first stuff, like the Wii U DLC tracks, like, this is a really solid one to start off with. I think a lot of people do miss like the very secretive shortcut, mainly in like the second half of the stage after the tunnel, but other than that, like a mission that people don't like. Hey, I think it's just a really solid circuit track. It's like, is it my favorite one of all the circuit tracks in this game? I think I'm gonna say probably. I think I'm gonna say probably. So, Let me find Yoshi Circuit. I know we're a little out of order with the tier list, but that's just how we raced on them initially. There. I think where this will go, I think it just barely cracks S minus. Just barely. Just by a little bit. Just by a hair. Just touch. Just by a little something. Just a little bit. Just a bit. Alright. Excite Bike Arena is next, and yeah, I'm gonna be a little mean. I think out of all of the oval tracks, the 3 oval tracks in this game, it's my least favorite of the lot. Like, what does this track have going for it? It's basically full of trick ramps. It's full of all sorts of fun, amazing trick ramps that change up every time you play. So that's neat. But that's really it. Other than that, like, it doesn't really do a whole lot for me. I think part of it is that I think the individual, like, straightaways are just maybe a touch too long. And by the time you play this track multiple times and you see all the different variations, you kind of start noticing all of, like, the particular, like, ramp types and whatnot. So there's not as much, like, variety as I feel like there should be when it comes to generating different ramp layouts. So yeah, like, I just don't, like, I think compared to most other people, I just don't vibe with Excite Bike Arena as much. So with that, yeah. Sorry, Excite Bike Arena fans. I'm not a fan. But what I am... Bleh. 1 second. That's the thing loads. But what I am a fan of is Dragon Driftway. Dragon Driftway, it's fun. It's neat. It's fantastic. We love Dragon Driftway. We are Dragon fans in this corner of the internet. It's great. It's lovely. Like, the fact that you're riding on basically a big statue of Gobblegut is just a really neat set piece idea. And I think it does a pretty good job with gameplay variety. Like, it's one of, like, the trickiest tracks because it has, like, so many turns and whatnot. But I think that's just what makes it fun. Like, in this case, like, I think the turns are just made pretty well. And just a lot of neat, gameplay and visual variety and a little bit, shape of form. Like, it could be a little bit more done with it, maybe. But, honestly, I don't really complain about this track all that much. I am just a fan of, like, the Dragon vibe. And just, like, playing on this track just feels pretty solid, in my opinion. And with that, with this track being said, I will put Dragon Driftway in... I do have a liking for it. I don't think at the moment it's X tier, but I do like it in a pretty S+ tier kind of way. I think. Do I? Yeah, I do. I might be a little biased, but I do like Dragon Driftway a little, like, quite a bit. So, yeah, Dragon Driftway, very solid. Very, very, very solid. So you are an S+ for that one. Moving right along, we have Mute City, the first, or I guess second in this case, of the, what you call it? The Nintendo, guest tracks. And this one's pretty solid. I do like it. Like, visually, it looks really neat. Gameplay-wise, I feel like the gameplay could have been a little better. Like, you got the boost panel section, like, at the beginning, which I do think it's rather neat. But then other than that, you have like just some turns. You got like easy straightaway and then a couple extra turns, and I do like the ending. The ending, like jump and going into you know, the whatchamacallit, like the little turns at the end, like the floating down after on that last jump. Like I just think that's really fun to do. But yeah, other than that, like, this track is pretty solid. It is a really solid track. It's not my favorite of, like, the F-Zero tracks. I don't think it's most people's favorite. Like, it could go a little harder. But for what it is a really solid track. And I think I will give you... Yeah, I think I'm gonna give you an A for that one. An A. Let me switch y'all around. Yeah, A. You're at the top of A for now. Yeah, I think you're a pretty A solid track, in my opinion. Next up to the sequel of the stuff. Alright, the sequel of the DLC tracks originally. We have Baby Park. Baby Park, like, it's Baby Park. Like, it's a small circle that's 7 laps. You're gonna run into each other. In this version, you're gonna spin into each other. There's 12 racers. There's a lot of wild items being thrown at you. It's chaotic. Most people probably don't like chaotic, but I like chaotic. And I think that's where most people, like, who like this track, like the chaos. Like, that's just the thing with the track in general. So yeah, I'm a fan of Baby Park, and also just visually in this version, it's really nice. Like the visual upgrade and like making it like even more of like an amusement park. Like, dang, I love it visually. In terms of where it goes on the tier list, though, that's a weird correction. I think where it goes on the tier list, I don't think it cracks in the S ranges. And part of it probably is due to the more simplistic, like the very easy layout. But I think A+, I think it's a fair placement to be in. Like, it's just a track that you love for the chaos and really nothing else. Or you hate for the chaos and nothing else. But yeah. Baby Park, A+. I think that's a perfectly fine place for it to be. Cheeseland! That's not what I want to do. Cheeseland! Alright, so... Short Cat's favorite track, basically. I did not mean to push all those buttons. Hold on. Yeah. Hello, Pepe the Ferret. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, Cheeseland right here. Like, I like racing on it. I think it's fun. It's one notoriety is basically the final third of the track, where you can just, like, do all the shortcuts. Like, this is, like, the bagging track of all bagging tracks in the Mario Kart universe. Like, there's no objection to that. That's just how it is. And with that said, It's a good track. I think it's a really solid track, and like when you're doing all the shortcuts, it's really fun. But other than that, you're not really getting a whole lot else out of this track. Like, you got chain jumps to dodge, but that's literally about it. You got a couple of shortcuts at the beginning. Yeah, there's not really, like, honestly speaking, like, it's a good track. I do like this track. It is a good track, but it's not, like, top tier track, you know? So, with that, I'm gonna put it, I think I will put it at A- tier here. Yeah, I think A- is just my pick for it. Like, if I like this track a little bit more, it'd obviously be higher. But yeah, it's just a track that's like, it's good. I just don't vibe with it as much as others. My day was rough today. I'm sorry, Pepe. I get that. I had a very boring day too. But yeah. Hope you can get some good rest this evening, though. Rest this evening is a good idea. Let me check on something. Okay. Alright. Next track in the ranking. We have, what's the next track? What is the next track in the ranking? Wild Woods. Wild Woods, huh? I think at this point, Wild Woods to me, I think it's a pretty solid track. I think presentation-wise, there's like maybe one or two things I might want to tweak about it a little bit, but looking on it in retrospect and playing it, like after a while, like, yeah, it is pretty solid. Like, all things considered, like it's a really neat track. I don't like it as much as like Dragon Driftway or Super Bell Subway, but I do like it more than Ice Outpost, which we'll get to later. But yeah, like it's a really fine track. Like it's pretty neat. Like it's a good field track. I feel like, especially like when you're in like this treehouse area that's on screen. I think that's just a lovely part of it. The water slide, I think is fun time. I think it's mainly like the main tree part that I feel like could have been a little different. I feel like, but yeah, not too bad of a track, all things considered. Where I would put it though, I think I also put it in A-. I think I put it here. Do I? Yeah, I think you might go up here a little bit. Yeah, I think you crack A. Yeah, I definitely think you barely crack A. I think you just have a nice vibe to it that just makes it pretty nice, all things considered. While I'm here, might as well fix a little bit of something. Alright, Sydney Sprint, you don't belong here. Where are the rest of your friends? Over here. There you go. Alright. Moving right along. We go to the Crossing Cup. Or like the end of the Crossing Cup. We have Animal Crossing, which is probably the second weakest of the Nintendo base tracks in this game. Like, Excite Bike Arena, in my opinion, is the weakest. This one is second weakest. Like, I think it works pretty fine for an Animal Crossing track. Like, you got the houses and, like, the characters and all that jazz. Like, nothing inherently wrong with the representation in this game. And, like, the Four Seasons, like, element. Like, I think it's a pretty neat idea. And, you know, changes things up slightly here and there. But yeah, like, its layout is admittedly a bit simple. and admittedly not the most engaging layout, like in terms of like gameplay. Like I think the glider section and the trees are probably like the most interesting part of the track, and then the rest of it's just fine. It's good enough. It's neat, but yeah, I don't know. It doesn't feel like it doesn't jive as well with me as I'm sure it probably does to others. So where I would put it, I think I am gonna put it. I think I'll put it in B. I think I'll put it above. Yeah, I think I'll put it at the top of B if I can. There you go. Yeah, I'll put it at the top of B. Like, it's a nice track. It's a simple track. It's neat. I just feel like it's missing a little something in comparison to some other tracks. Alright, we are now 1/4 of the way done with tracks. Hooray. 1/4 done. Moving on. Alrighty, Roo. We have here, we have Moo Moo Meadows, which is coming back in the next game for whatever reason, but I shouldn't completely complain because Moo Moo Meadows is, well, pretty solid track, all things considered. Like, visually speaking, it's a really nice looking track. It's a nice looking track. It's just calm. It's just chill. It's just a nice, you know, wholesome environment to be in. And gameplay-wise, it's pretty chill. Like, you got the cows to dodge, and then a multi-moles that you can trick off at the end. That's really about it. Like, it's just a very simple track at the end of the day. Which is why it's in the Shell Cup, I guess. But, yeah, no, like, I do like driving on it. I do like driving on it. I do think it has its own weight to it. But it's definitely not a super top tier track. I think I will also give this. I think I like it a little more than Animal Crossing, just barely, just a little more. But it is a B. It is a nice B track. It is like for the introduction of retros to Mario Kart 8. I think it's a good one to start off with. We're coming to the end of this VOD, so that's fun. Okay. Alright, next up we have GBA Mario Circuit. And, like, initially it's just like, GBA Mario Circuit, like, it's, you know, it's fine. Like, it's not really super amazing. But then, when you play it more and more, you're like, yeah, you know, I do kind of like this a little bit. I think it's just kind of neat. Like, the one thing it has going for it is the anti-grav ramp at the beginning. Like, that's its claim to fame in this game. But, like, racing the rest of it is pretty solid, like, all things considered. Like, it's a more flatter GBA remake, but I think here, like, it works perfectly fine for, like, a Shell Cup track as well. Yeah, like, it's just pretty satisfying to drive on. It's a nice, more competitive friendly track, I feel, in my opinion. So it's nice in that regard, and it's just pretty neat. I do like it better than good old Mario Circuit here. I think I'll also just put this in. I think it edges to B+, actually. Yeah, I think it edges to B+, just a little bit. Like, it's just a nice, solid time that you could just chill with. Yeah. Alrighty, here is one of my underrated picks. Now, this is an underrated pick for little old me. Cheap Beast. Cheap Beach. Thank you. From the Nintendo DS. And Yeah, I do like this track. This track is, like, I just, like, the vibes of this track are just so nice. Like, the beat, like, this is just a really pretty beach track, like, in my opinion. Hey, Shay, hope you're doing well. But, yeah, like, I think the one thing that makes this a little bit of, I think the one thing that could have a point of contention with this version is the water section in the middle, because in the original, like, the tide went in and out, and you would have to, like, dodge it and whatnot, but then in this game, you just go underwater. I guess, yeah, it definitely is a little bit more simple in this game, but I don't mind it as much. Like, I do still think it's a pretty, solid, piece of, landmark for this track, and, you know, you have choices on where you would want to go, which, again, obviously, the underwater, especially if you're cutting the off-road, is the best route you could take, but, hey, I think it is a fun track overall. Like, this is just, like, a good vibe track that I do, like, just like a lot. Like, yeah, it is simple, but I do personally enjoy it quite a bit. I think where it goes, I think it goes in A. I think it goes I think I'll put it here. Yeah. It's just my feel-good track, I think, of the game, out of, like, all the tracks. So I think that's why I put a little biasness into this, so, yeah. And then next up on the list, we have, oh boy. Alright, Toad's Turnpike in this game. A track that has, like, a lot of critics, a lot of fans. Like, I think most of the criticism with this track kind of boils down to, do you like the original Mario Kart 64 Toad's Turnpike or not? If so, then this track's definitely worse. If you don't, then your opinion is gonna be a little bit more shaky. For me, I fall in a lot of category. I don't like the original Toad's Toadpike. Ugh, I can speak. Toad's Turnpike. Like like with the way, like, I like it in a vacuum, but the way the controls are in Mario Kart 64 is just like, nah. It's nah, no, not my thing. Heck no. Wah. But, yeah, this version, I do like dodging the cars actually feels like you can dodge the cars, and when you make a mistake, it's like, oh, that was definitely my fault. And like, the one thing the original does do better is presentation. I will give you that. Presentation is very nice looking, especially the skybox in particular in the original version. This version I would rather play, definitely, but how do I like it in this game compared to, like, all the other tracks? I think I don't mind the cars in particular. Like, I do think the interactions with the cars you could have, like, I think make this just good enough to crack maybe B+ tier? Yeah? It's like, there's a problem I was to put it, like, up here somewhere. But, like, I don't think it really should be up here. Or, like, here. I think here, it's probably good enough. I think B+ tier is fair, I think, for this track. So, yeah, I'll leave you there. I'm one of your defenders, Toad's Turnpike. But I'm not, like, your biggest fan. That's for sure. Alright. And then that's it for the Shell Cup. We got the Banana Cup next. Alright. Alright, Dry Desert. Well, it's another bagging track, and we all love bagging tracks, totally. And there are two pieces of comments, like good things that I do like about this track. Mainly the Oasis. I do like the addition of the Oasis. I just think it gives a little bit more life to Try Desert. And then like the sand pit thing, which again which only really amounts to you just go around it, but yeah, it's a neat little visual. But other than that, yeah, it is just Try Desert. Like, it's fine, it's okay, but it's not a favorite. It's yeah, it's a C+ tier. Yeah. Like, gotta say, this ranking is very different than what I thought it was going to be, but yeah, you know what? That's what happens when you talk about it and think about it a little bit. Alright. Next up on the list, we have good old... Donut Plains 3. Like I said, I don't hate like any track in this game, like realistically speaking. But this is a track that I just don't like find any like amazing joy with playing it. Like, I'm not going out there being like, oh, Donut Plains 3, that's my favorite track. Like, there's something about me and Donut Plains 3 that just does not click. And I think part of it has to do with the scaling of this track. Like, I think it's scaled just a touch too small. Like, especially when you get to, like, the middle bit at the end. Or, like, the middle bit in general. It just, yeah, that just feels weird, you know? Like, yeah, like, all this water, but then you're not really doing much in the water when you are around this middle section. Like, with your thing being water, being the main new feature of this track, you would think you use it like a little bit more interesting, but you just kind of don't. And like visually speaking, like this track is nice looking. There's no doubt about that. This is a nice looking track, but it doesn't do enough to make it more interesting. Like, it's kind of flat still, so it's not like a substantial upgrade to a SNES track. And yeah, it feels like it should be neat, but it's not. And yeah, like, yeah, it's just like, I'm thinking of like future tracks that I'm gonna talk about, and honestly, yeah, you know, yeah. There you go. Yeah, you're bottom of the tier list, which wasn't really expecting. Like, I was trying to give it a little bit of grace, but the more I'm thinking about it, it's just like, yeah, no. Like, Donut Plains 3, huh? Yeah, no. And hi, Neri. There's easily better desert tracks, definitely. And then we come up to Royal Raceway. Royal Raceway! Character move, thank you. Royal Raceway! Hey, that's pretty good, don't you know? We love Royal Raceway a little bit. Like, this is also just, in my opinion, like, one of the better circuit tracks, I think, in this game. It's just a really nice time. Like, visually, like, I love, like, the whole cherry blossom thing that this track has going on. And, like, the pink vibes. I think all of that's just pretty neat. Obstacle Rise, there's not really a whole lot going on. It's definitely easier than the original game, that's for sure. And yes, no Peach's, you know, castle Easter egg. I know, everybody throw your torches out. But no, like, this is just a pretty solid track to drive on, and that I just like doing. Shoutouts to, like, the glider ramp with the fire balloons. That's also neat, too. I do like that as well. Where it falls in the tier list, though, I think I give it like a pretty solid A- tier. Maybe. Yeah, A-. Yeah, I think that'll be a good enough little ranking right there. I think that's pretty solid in the sound. Let's see if we can find a nicer visual for this track. There you go. DK Jungle from the 3DS. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. You go from a special cup track in Mario Kart 7 to the last track in the Banana Cup, which is very interesting when you think about it. So, points that I think this track does pretty well. I like the Golden Temple. The Golden Temple is just nice. This glider section is not too bad either. Like, again, this is one of those tracks that's like, it sounds structurally. Like, it's structurally sound, it has a lot of neat elements. It's, like, it has, like, the big flower near the beginning. It has, like, the tiki head enemies. It has the golden banana temple. It has this glider section. But it doesn't really make an impact still with, like, tracks. Even, like, for, like, a special cup track, this doesn't, like, stand out particularly well. I honestly feel like the statues here should have done a little bit more aside from just blow hot air. And, like, yeah, it's fine. It's a good track. It's perfectly neat to race on. It's just missing just a little something, I feel like, just to make it stand out a little bit more. Like, maybe more of the golden banana temple, I think, would have made it just stick out just a little bit. Like, you're fine. You're, like, I think you are still, like, a solid... Like, I think you're like a solid B+, because it's fun to drive on you. But, yeah, I don't know. It's just missing something, I feel like. Alrighty, and then, is this track? Yeah, Warrior Stadium, and then it cuts off internet-wise. That's fun. But yeah. Gonna take another quick break. Mini break, I mean. Hi, chat. Once again, we are here. Well, almost an hour and a half into, like, the recording, and, we're close to halfway. We are close to halfway, but... Yeah, this is definitely taking a little bit longer than I thought, but, you know, it's fine. But I hope chat's doing well. I hope y'all are good. Hope y'all are having a good day. To those lurking, appreciate it. Hope y'all like me yapping and all that fun jazz. I think by the time I can get to like I think by the time I wrap up ranking the base game tracks, I think I'll take like an actual timeout and then like grab a snack or something and then go from there. I think that's what I'll do. Alright, anyway, let's talk about Wario Stadium. Wario Stadium from Mario Kart DS. This track got a lovely glow up, I will definitely say. It's a really solid glow up. Like, good grief, this is like definitely a bit better than the original, that's for sure. The one big change that they made was the anti-gravity section here in the middle, which is interesting, but I do like it. I think it's a very unique set piece, and it's definitely something that Wario would do. Other than that, though, like, it's actually just a really solid piece of track to, like, this is just a solid track to race on. Like, the tricking is just fun, makes things very fast-paced since it's all over the place. That's not, like, a whole lot in terms of hazards, but, like, I do think it's still a really thrilling track. Like, the anti-gravity section definitely is a fun danger spot for, like, falling off, that's for sure. And like this is it's one of those tracks where in the original it's just, you know, it's fine. But in this game it's like, you actually kind of stick out a little bit. And I think where I'll put you, I think I'm gonna put you in A+. Yeah, like looking at all the other ones, yeah, I think I'll put you in A+. I think you're just really solid. You're just right. You're just right there. Good old Wario Stadium. I like you. And then that's where the stream, that VOD ends. And another one begins. Thanks, Internet, for breaking. No, boy, I have to go. Man, this was like a 6-hour endeavor. Like, jeez. Alright. Sherbet Land. Alright, Sherbet Land. Another track that I feel like definitely got a pretty solid upgrade from the original. Like, I think the main upgrade I got was presentation. Like, the nighttime vibes, the Aurora Borealis, just feeling just a little bit like Christmas, if you will. Like, it's just a really nice, lovely, wholesome track. Other than that, though, I like the addition of, like, the water. Like, you could go into the water. I think that makes things a little fun. I find it more fun, like, the second half of the track. Like, at the final big ice bit. I'm hardly, like, on the top when it comes to, like, that section. But yeah, other than that, I guess there's not really a whole lot going on when thinking about it. Like, you got cuts you can use for mushrooms. You got snowmen you can briefly dodge, mainly in the snow of the off-road that you're going through. And then you got, like, the Shy Guy skaters. We love the Shy Guy skaters. Those are fun. But then other than that, yeah, no, it's a solid, it's just a nice, solid track, but it's not, like, a huge standout, I guess. So I think I'll put you, yeah, I'll put you in, B+. Yeah, visuals definitely carry you a little bit. But I do like you, that's for sure. Music Park. Music Park. Music Park is just neat. Like, I think we can all agree that Music Park is just one of the best Mario Kart tracks, period. Like, its theming just works really well. Driving on the instruments, looking at the bopping piranha plant heads, the jumping music notes, like, in the end section where you have to, like, trick in the rhythm. Like, that's just fun. Like, whoever made this track initially was just cooking with its idea, and, like, it's just a really thrilling and exciting time. I feel like it's just a heck of a lot of fun. I don't really have much to say about it, because, like, yeah, like, it's Music Park. Like, you can't really mess up Music Park all that much in any game it's in, so you're definitely an S tier track. I think I like you probably about, like, here. No, yeah, right here. Like, I like you. You're very S tier for me. Like, you're very, very, very competent. You're a very competent track. I like you. Alright, Yoshi Valley. Yoshi Valley. You see, Yoshi Valley, in my opinion, in this game, it's a one step forward, one step back kind of thing. Because, in comparison to the original Yoshi Valley, it doesn't have any of, like, the very bold, like, loose driving where you can, like, fall off easily and there's, like, a million random spiky dudes in some routes. and the falling off is just the worst in that track. So yeah. But so I like driving this track more. But the problem with this track is that it's pathfinding is not great, because you would think the paths would be more evened out, where like any route wouldn't like make you lose a whole lot of time. But when you get to the point where you find out it's this one path, everybody goes down that one path. It's not a bad path to go down, but you just lose a little bit of variety when you do go down that path. And it's not really worth it going down the other paths, because they're slower in some way, shape, or form. So, like, yeah, I feel like they should have done some compensation to make other paths viable in whatever way, shape, or form. So, yeah, this track is just weird. Like, I don't mind driving on it. Like, driving on it's perfectly fine. But again, it's just the one path that you just really go down on. And for those of you in the back, it's this path right here. Yeah, it's just I don't know. Like it just loses a little bit of that. Oh, you could go down these other paths because some paths may be more dangerous than others. Which in this case, there's not really a dangerous path. So just go down the easy one, or like go down the fastest one, and you're good. So yeah. Other than that, though, like, visually it's neat. That's basically about it. So, you are gonna get the honor of a... You're gonna get the honor of a kind of middle ground... B+. Right, you're right here. Because again, driving on you, I think is great. Like, driving on you is fun. But you do lose that initial gimmick a little bit with this version. At least to me. Now, TikTok clock, though. Another lovely DS glow up. The DS people are winning, that's for sure. Yeah, this track is just great. Like, this one's definitely way better than the original, and presentation especially. Like, man, this just looks so nice. The set pieces here are just lovely. Love the clock hands that you can drive on. The pendulums are neat. Like, the gear section in the middle, I think it's just great. Like, this has always been a really creative track, and this one just makes it visually look more creative in this game. Like, that's for dang sure. Like, it's just a lovely time. Literally. And because of that, I will put you in a very high position. Because you're just neat. All things considered. You're definitely, like, in my opinion, definitely up here somewhere. Yeah, but yeah, you're definitely, yeah, I think you're an S tier track. I just like you. Your theming works well. Driving on you is pretty neat. All that jazz. I just like it. It's a really solid track. Nah. Piranha Plant Slide. Can I get a more interesting visual? There you go. Or actually, no, go a little more. There you go. Piranha Plant Slide. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I am a fan of this track. Underground-based track, I think that's pretty fun. Going on, like, the water and, like, the first part of it, I think is just really neat. Goombas are fun. Like, the underwater section and the second half, like, visually just looks great. It has some simplicity to this, like, track in general, but overall, like, it's just so fun. It's just a nice little ride that you can go through, and I don't know, it's just one of those tracks. It's just like, it shouldn't be, like, super amazing, but, like, it just ends up being just a really solid, fun track to race on. And one that I always just have fun wanting to, you know, drive and do all sorts of fun things on it, you know? And with that, I think I will put you a little further up. I will put this track in... Yeah, yeah, it's an S+ tier kind of track for me. So, yeah, like that is definitely a really fun track, all things considered. It's just great. Yeah. Oh man, I'm tired. Yeah. You're only halfway there, baby. Almost. Well, not quite halfway there, but you know. Oh yeah, did I accidentally pick Rainbow Road on this one? Oops. I love goofing up. Anyway, Grumble Volcano. Yeah, Grumble Volcano. Yeah, Grumble Volcano! Alright, so, I like Grumble Volcano. I think visually it's just nice. Like, the gimmick of the track falling apart, I just think it's nice. I never had a problem with the track falling apart in any version of Grumble Volcano. Like, I do think it's just a really solid track. I think maybe the one bit, that this track has is that it's good. It's a really good track. But compared to other tracks from Wii, and in this game, it does not really, it does kind of stick out less compared to most of the other Wii tracks. Like, I think in the Star Cup in Wii, like, it was, like, one of the weaker ones in Star Cup, but, like, it's not, like, bad. Like, in my opinion, like, it's just a really solid track. Its sound, its gimmick works pretty well. But in comparison to, well, the rest of the game, it does lose out a lot of the time. But I will still give credit where credit is due. I do like this track. And so I will give it its due by putting it in A-. Yeah, A-. I think, like, I like you, but compared to, like, anything from, like, A above, I don't like you as much. I think. So, I think if you just did a little bit more, or if the track selection was maybe just a little bit different in this game, you would be higher, that's for sure. And last but not least, we have to go backwards for good ol' N64 Rainbow Road, and preferably not when that's happening. There you go. Alright. N64 Rainbow Road. Very pretty track. It's probably like, I think I would be hard pressed to say that it's the prettiest track in the game. Like, it's definitely the prettiest, like, Rainbow Road track, I mean. It's definitely the prettiest Rainbow Road track in the game. That's for dang sure. Like, out of all, like, all the other ones, is by far the best in presentation. I like this better than the N64, mainly because you can actually fall off, and it's not 5 years long, because that's, like, both of my biggest gripes with Mario Kart 64's Rainbow Road in the original game. The one downside of this track in this game is that it is short. I don't mind it being short, but I wouldn't mind it being 2 laps instead of a section track. Or, if it was scaled just a little bit bigger to compensate it for it being a 3-section track a bit better. That's just me. Other than that, though, this is a really nice Rainbow Road. I do like it a lot. It is fun. I think maybe gameplay-wise it could be a little bit more distinct. But yeah. I think in all of these, I think I'm gonna give you, I think I do give you an A. because gameplay variance isn't all of that, and then it being one lap might be a touch of a detriment. Not a whole lot, just a touch. So I think it's fair for this ranking. And now we come down to the final 2 DLC cups. Wario's Gold Mine, another lovely Wii track. They just like bringing back the good Wii tracks, I guess. And Wario's Gold Mine is a really solid one. Not a lot has changed, just mainly like in the minecart section where you get like anti-gravity and whatnot. But in the grand scheme of things, not a lot has changed since the original. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think the original definitely stands out quite a bit. I think it has a bit more of a roller coaster feel in Mario Kart Wii than this game. But I do like this version. I think this version is on par with like the Wii one at least. In terms of gameplay variety, like there's like quite a few dips, lots of like quite a few interesting turns. Like the minecart section is fun when you're speeding off with the minecarts. Yeah, like again, it feels like it's in the same vein as Grumble Volcano, where like it's a good track. It's a really solid track. But like compared to other tracks, it does lose itself in the crowd a little bit. And I think it does lose it a bit to me as well. So I think because of that, I think you might be a bit on par with Gumbo Volcano, I think. Like, they're both fun in their own regard, but I do think, they don't quite crack A. I think these two can be interchangeable for where they are in A-, but yeah, I think for now, that's where I put them. Alright, SNES Rainbow Road, the Mario Kart 8 version. This is by far the prettiest version of SNES Rainbow Road. I like the more night sky kind of vibe that this version has going for it. I think it's neat. Other than that, though, it's basically just like all of like the modern interpretations of SNES Rainbow Road, where you have the thwomps, making the roads all wobbly and all that, and that's really about it. It's the best version of that, that's for sure. And it is a really fun track to drive on and whatnot. It's definitely a fun, but I do think it ends up just being my least favorite Rainbow Road still, because it is, a little simple in comparison. Hey, Kelta, hope you're doing well. Well, hello there. Finally got to drop on and tell you thank you for the raid the other night. Oh, you're welcome, Kelta. Yeah, I've been to your streams like a couple of times. It's just not often. But I thought like, hey, I haven't rated them really, so I shall. So yeah, I did. But yeah, nice seeing you around these parts as I rank Mario Kart 8 tracks, which is taking a bit, but that's what I put myself through, Alright, so for Rainbow Road on the SNES, I think A- is still a pretty good placement for it. Like, because gameplay-wise, it is really fun. It is a really solid track to play on. It's just maybe just a touch too simple for my liking. But then again, it is a SNES track. Most of them are simple, so I'll let it slide. But yeah, still a good track though. I still like this track. It's still a good track. And then we get all the way to, oh boy, we get to talk about this, huh? Alright, Ice Outpost. Ice Outpost. That's okay, nothing wrong with that. It's great to see you and finally get to tell you thanks. Well, thank you for stopping by and telling me, man. It means a lot. Always means a lot for, like, all the, like, always means a lot when people, like, thank you for raiding and, like, just doing all of the jazz, so, yeah. I'm about to eat dinner, I got a head on lurk to set up. I can't stay long, sadly. Alrighty, Kilta. If you're going to stream, I hope you have a good one. Also eat a lovely dinner. Eat all the fun dinners. Don't drown, though. Alright, so... Ice Outpost. The more I think about it, and the more I play on this track, the less I like it. Because I like the idea in theory, like being in an ice cap, being, you know, like having this two-path thingy-mabob. I think that's interesting a concept, but they could have done more with the idea. Like, it feels like a track where they played it a bit safe with its concept, because where you get like the windiness of the double tracks is at the beginning and at the end. And then the rest is just a simple road kind of thing. With some interesting shortcuts, I will say. But, yeah, I just don't jive with this track. Anytime I think of this track, I think of a Team Sonic Racing track, funnily enough, which has a similar theme. And I want to say that track is better than this one, so... yeah, like... honestly, like, this is just another one of those tracks that I just don't vibe with at all. Like, if you like it, cool. That's fun. That's neat. You're definitely better than me. I just don't like this as much, and... yeah, you're definitely like a C. Like, I think you're maybe down here. Yeah, you're like right there. Like, in there somewhere, but... yeah, I wish I liked you more. Like, Ice Outpost, but I don't. Moving right along. Alright, Hyrule Circuit. Hyrule Circuit. It's fun. It's neat. I think it represents Zelda pretty well. Like, you go through the castle, there's some Zelda enemies and NPCs. Rubies are probably the most distinct, currency for a non-Mario track, so that's fun. And, like, it is a really solid time. Like, I will admit, though, like, maybe it could have had, like, maybe just something else, because once you get to the castle, then you just, like, go into, like, the forest or whatever with the piranha plant wannabes, and then it's just, that's it. Like, there couldn't be something else other than, like, the castle, like in between the castle and maybe the mini forest area. Like, I don't know, like, I feel like it just needed something else to spice it up, you know? Just some other random Zelda element, like Lake Hylia or something. That would be kind of neat to see Lake Hylia. That would have been fun. So yeah, like, it's close. It's close for being a really solid track. And the gameplay-wise is neat. Again, and like, I do like the shortcut in the middle. Like, it's this close to being, like, really, really neat. But it is lacking just a touch more seasoning. It is lacking just... it needs a little something extra. And so where I will put it... I think I will put it in S-, because I do find it fun enough to drive on. But... well, not S-. Like, I will put it in, A? Because it's fun enough to drive on. But, yeah, I do kind of feel like it's just missing a little something to make it, like, A+ or higher. That's for sure. Alright, last cup before I take a small timeout. Can I have a more interesting image? That works, okay. Neo Bow Wow City, a track you hate and a track you love. We've been through the song and dance before. There seems to be quite a few of these tracks in this game where it's like, oh, I like it. Or this person's like, oh, I don't like it. You can make a wild guess on where I am with that. And that is the I like it tier. Because visually, I just think it's neat. It's one of my favorite tracks visually. Gameplay wise, like, I'm a fan of lots of turns. At least in some tracks. So like this track with lots of turns, I just think it's fun. It's just a really fun time to go through. Obstacle-wise, yeah, there's not really a block going on. I kind of wish maybe there was maybe some other threats. But I guess the main threat would be just the turns, which is where most people don't like this track at all. But I really do. And like visually, again, it's one of the prettiest tracks in the game. And Neri, you be right. This is definitely an S plus tier track. I think it go like either Permaplant Slide or Neo Bowser City could kind of like swap with each other. I'll put it here for now, but yeah, it's just a really solid and fun track, and totally not just because of Bowser bias. Nope, no siree, not at all. And then Ribbon Road. We love Ribbon Road. Ribbon Road. This is like, let me think about it real fast. Yeah, this is probably the best GBA track in the game. Like, it's just dang. Like, the visuals are just so nice. It, you know, being small with all these toys and whatnot, that's fun. Like, the presentation is just great. And track layout-wise, it's a really fun time, too. You got, like, you go through, like, a bit of a castle, like, at the start, and then, like, on this big old wavy road. Just all over, like, just bounce up and down all around. Like, this track is just great. Like, could have used maybe something a little extra, maybe, but no, honestly, like, this track is just solid. It's just so dang fun. Like, presentation just works. Gameplay, I just think it's fun. It's definitely a solid S tier track. I think I'll put it about here for now. I just think it's great. They made Ribbon Road and Cheeseland so good. Definitely. Even if Cheeseland is an A- right now. Alright, 2 more tracks of this chicanery. Super Bell's Subway. This is probably my favorite like original DLC track from Mario Kart 8 when it comes to, like, original Mario Kart 8 DLC. Like the original theming, you know what I mean. It's the third track in every DLC cup in this DLC. Anyway, yeah, this is my favorite of the 4. Like, it's just really fun. Like, I think it's contention with Dragon Driftway, but like it's just a really fun track. I love the theming, like going through the subway and, you know, going through like all of the subway trains and whatnot. Like, that's just fun. Those multiple paths, which is just pretty neat to have. The music is just lovely. Like, it gives us the same vibes as Sunshine Airport, where you're like going through a journey of going on a subway. Like how you are in Sunshine Airport going on a plane ride. And, you know, you go to the station, you go on the train, you go through the tunnels, and you come back out. Like, it just, like, they should do more of these with other vehicles. Like, it's just neat. I can't wait for, horse riding Ridgeway or something like that to be in Mario Kart World's DLC. But yeah, no, like this track is just really solid. I do like it. And I think I will be daring. And I think I will put this in S+ tier as well. I'll put you like here for now. Yeah, like, I just think it's neat. It's just a really dandy track in my opinion. One more. One more, baby. And then we're at the halfway point. Big Blue. This is the best Nintendo based Mario Kart track in the game. Like, it's basically what Water Park should have been. Especially in the second section where you just have, you know, all the water slides and whatnot. Like, that's just fun. Like, this track is just like a thrill ride. It gives off the same thrill rideness of like Mount Wario, but I think it just does it better. Like, you just got like all these different like elements like conveyor belts, like the rushing water, like the split paths. Like, it's just a really solid time. Like, and the music, like, it's just really good. The presentation of this track is just really solid as well. Like, you just got a really good track out of this. And with that, I will put it, where did it go? There you are. Yeah, I will also put this in S+ tier. I'll put it like in here somewhere. Yeah, I'll put it in the middle for now. Like, it's just really good. Like, it's just a really dang solid track. Like, I really, it's just fun, you know? Yeah. Alright. I am going to take a quick break. I'm going to fill up my water, stretch, do other random things. So, I will be right back. We will continue the second half of the ranking in a little bit. Don't you all go anywhere. I'll be back in a few. Boop. I am back. Alright, 2 hours in. We still got a zillion tracks to go. Got a lot to do, but you know, we can do it. I believe. We can rank the rest of these tracks in a timely fashion. So let us go and rank these tracks in a timely fashion. Starting with Paris Promenade, the first of the Booster Course Pass tracks. And for an introduction to the Booster Course Pass and like its main gimmick thing, the route change stuff. Yeah, this is a really solid track to start things off with. Like, it's just a pretty generally solid city track that does what it needs to do, and having some interesting, neat gameplay. I think I like its setting. I think it's really neat. And then bringing in the twist of the route change gimmick on the final lap. I'm like, yeah, this is a good one. Like, objectively speaking, this is probably one of the best ways they could have started off the Booster Course Pass, if not the best. So, it's just a really neat first track to go down, and I always have a fun time playing it. Like, it's just a good vibe track that I just happen to like in this game a lot, huh? But yeah, I think it's a really solid one out of the lot, and I am gonna be putting you. I think if it did a little bit more with, like, maybe some, like, obstacles and stuff, maybe it could be a bit higher. But as it stands, I think A-, I think, is a pretty sound way to put it. Like, a sound placement. I think A-, I think, is just pretty neato, in my opinion. What's not neato, though, is Toad Circuit. Now, it's not bad. It's not like the worst first track in a Mario Kart game ever. There's worse. But it's not a notable one. It's like probably one of the least notable first tracks in a Mario Kart game. Like, what you have? You have a glider ramp that opens on the second lap, and that's about it. Like, there's not really anything that makes this stick out a whole lot, aside from, like, look, all these toad balloons everywhere. So, it's just like, yeah, like, it could be worse, but it could definitely be a lot better. Gameplay-wise, it's fine driving on. But, like, that's really all you have going for this track. It's just simple as that. And they really should have done 3DS Mario Circuit instead. Yeah, you're like straight up C. Like, again, gameplay kind of saves you a little bit. That's really it. There's nothing else about this that I care about. Choco Mountain, on the other hand, ooh, I like Choco Mountain. Choco Mountain's pretty dang neat. Like, it's just a really solid, like, track to bring back. Like, the visual upgrade that this one got. Like, I just love the visual upgrade, making it more mountain than, like, I call it Choco Canyon in the original NDS. So, I think that's neat. And it is a solid track to drive on still. Like, I think maybe even more so, thanks to, you know, not making it feel like you're stuck between two walls for, like, the entirety of the track. And like the addition, the glider, and like the big cave area. Like I just think it's a really sound track that I just like in this game quite a bit. It'll be interesting to see what this track will be like in Mario Kart World in a week or some change. But yeah, like for this one, I really do like it. I do like this one quite a bit. I think I will give it also an A- tier. I think I'll give it about A- tier. Probably maybe around here. Around here. Like A- tier could definitely like change things up quite a bit in like the middle. But I do like this overall. Like it's a really solid, little solid selection in the A- tier corner. Now we get to now we get to Coconut Mall. Now, I don't know how much of a hot take this is going to be, but in the visual standpoint, I like it a bit more than the Wii visuals. And the 7 visuals, for that matter. Like, the colors in particular that they used for, Coconut Mall just feel a little bit more warm colors. Like, it feels a bit more like a modern mall feel, in my head anyway. It's just, and with the tropical vibe going around, like, I think the colors just work for that just maybe a little bit better. In terms of, like, the gameplay, like, I still think that the gameplay is still really solid, like, in this game. Like, yeah, you have the lacking of, like, the Mii's going back and forth in the parking lot. You have, like, the Shy Guys doing donuts instead. But with that little tidbit aside, like, I still like racing on the rest of this track. Like, doing all the tricks on the rails, doing the tricks next to, like, the palm trees. Like, you got the gliders at the end. Like, it's just a nice, fast-paced track that I really end up liking still. Like, I just think it's just really, really fun. Like, and it's like Coconut Mall. Like, the base of Coconut Mall is already, like, pretty good. That, you know, everybody likes. So, even if this might be slightly butchered in some people's eyes, I don't really see it as that. It's just a bit of a different thing with me. But, yeah, I do like Coconut Mall quite a bit. Where I might stand in compared to the competition, I think it stands perfectly. I think S-. I think that's where it stands at compared to the competition. Yeah, somewhere S-. I think, like, it could, like, again, maybe if the cars did the back and forth thing, maybe it could be, a bit higher. But I like it the way it is, and I do think it's still a really solid track. So, S-, I think that's where that will go. Oh, that's where I accidentally picked the wrong track. Oops. I love it when I pick the wrong things. Alright, Tokyo Blur. More people on screen. Let's go. Tokyo. I'm just gonna be short and up front. Worst tour track in both Tour and 8 Deluxe. Like, you would think being in Tokyo, Nintendo's home, city, country thing, they would be more biased to the country and be more cool with their track, but no, it's very simple. The thwomps don't really, like, the thwomps I like, the thwomps are neat, but, like, the rest of it is just plainly simple. It's way too short, not super visually interesting, and, yeah, this just doesn't really do a whole lot in the city thing. The only saving grace this has in this version is you go different ways, like each lap. But like each way is still relatively simple. But at least you're not racing on the same simple lap each and every lap. So that's the one saving grace it has. But yeah, no, it's still one of the weakest. tracks. I'll put you here. Shroom Ridge, on the other hand, oh boy, another DS track that, while, you know, kind of in the background in the original, in this game, yeah, I really love this track. This track is just really nice. Visuals, yeah, could be a little bit better, but I get the vibes of what the visuals are going for. You know, a nice drive through the countryside and whatnot. So, I think that's neat. And just like, it's just a fun track to drive on. Like, I like the curves. I like dodging all the cars. I had the little wind shortcut, like, near the end of the track. I think that's just neat. Yeah, and the music. Let's just be honest. The music's by far one of the best songs in the game. Yeah, this is just a track that I just, it's a good vibe track. Like, it's definitely one of, like, is it underrated? Probably. Like, in my eyes, it probably is underrated. Like, it's an underrated game in DS, that's for sure. But here, like, yeah, like, I just think this track is just nice. Nice and cool. Definitely a favorite of mine. And I think I'm gonna put you in S. Yeah, I'm gonna put you in S. Yeah, why not? Like, you just have all the lovely vibes. I dig you. I really, really dig you. Yeah. Next up on the list is good ol' Sky High Sunday. No, not Sky High Sunday. Sky Garden. There's 2 Sky tracks. It's great. Let me get better visual. There you go. So, Sky High... No. Why am I calling it Sky High Sunday? It's weird. Sky Garden! Well, it definitely looks different than the original Sky Garden, which I know people don't like that change. So, in regards to that, yeah, it definitely could have looked a little bit more like the actual Sky Garden in terms of, like, how the layout works. But as a track in and of itself, I do like it. I do like this track. Like, I like how you can, like, climb up in the track. Like, you start off, like, down here. You go past, like, big leaves or, like, go on big leaves. But then once you get past, like, the mushroom, then you make this uphill climb in, like, the middle. And honestly, I really like that. Just set piece, just going up and up and up. And then you reach the big beanstalk shortcut at the top. Go down the U-turn and then just glide off at the end. Like, I like the progression from start to finish with this version of the track. I will say, yeah, it's still a little simple. It's still a little short. There could be more done with this to make it more, you know, stand out. But it's not a bad track. I do like driving on it. It visually does look nice. I do like it visually. But yeah, I can understand where people are coming from, where they miss, like, the original layout. And, like, I think if they did the original layout with the elevation, I feel like that would have been a lot nicer. But at the end of the day, this is what we got. And for what we got, I think I'm gonna put you... I think I'm gonna put you in, like, the very, like, near, like, B+. Yeah, B+, I think that's fine. Like, I like racing on you. Visually, you're nice. You just could use a little something else. Ninja Hideaway now. This is still probably, like, my favorite non-City Nitro from Mario Kart Tour. At least close enough to it. Like, I just like the theming. I love, like, the theming of, like, a big ninja temple thing. I think that's just fun. And the gameplay on offer on this track, I really like. I love the whole, like, multi-story, like, thing that they have going for like most of the track, where you either go on the bottom route or the top route, or you kind of like switch in between the two. I just think that's a really unique idea that hasn't really been done a whole lot in Mario Kart at this point. So, like, them doing it here, I think they did it here pretty well, in my opinion. And then, like, the Ninja Shy Guys are just fun to see. The Shuriken, like, ceilings going up and down, that's just fun. The music I really love. The music is just a really neat tune. Yeah, this is definitely just, like, one of my favorite tracks in the game. Like, I definitely think it is, like, an S+ tier. I know some people may not like it because of, like, maybe how, like, the track layout is, or, like, how hard it is, or some random thing. But then again, I have Neo Bowser City up here, so, like, y'all know, my humble onion with stuff like that. So, yeah, Ninja Hideaway, definitely a really solid track. I do really like you. Whew. Man. Gotta love yapping a lot, don't you think, chat? Do you love yapping? I like yapping. Yapping's fun. Anyway. Alright, New York Minute. This track is fine. Like, visually speaking, I don't know what I did. Oops. Like, visually speaking, like, I like it. Like, I love, like, the lights and the buildings and just the, you know, nighttime New York energy. I think that's neat. But similar to Tokyo Blur, not by much, but similar, I feel like they could have gone harder with, like, the layout. Especially on lap 3, because lap 3's layout is just very simple, really. Like, you go, like, a couple of turns, and then you go through the Rockefeller Plaza, which I think is a neat idea, but, like, that's really it. Like, it's over before that lap really begins, I feel like. Laps 1 and 2, I'm perfectly fine with. Maybe they could have taken you more through, like, the streets or something. Like, maybe more of Central Park. I don't know. But overall, like, I think it's pretty fine gameplay-wise. It was, like, what, the first tour track for cities? So, like, I get it. Like, they want it to be simple for, you know, like, the first ever, like, basically a Mushroom Cup equivalent track, I guess. But I don't know, that could have been just something a little bit more. Again, especially with the third lap / third variant of this track. I feel like they could have just done something more. With that said, I'm gonna give it a B ranking. I think I'm gonna put it just a little above. Like, more there. I'll put it, like, in the middle somewhere. Like, driving on it's fine. Visually, I really like, but they could have done just a little something more, I feel like. Mario Circuit 3. Why do you always have to come back when we don't want you? Well, I will give you one thing. Like, I don't mind the retro look for this one. I think the retro look looks kind of nice. Racing on it is not too bad. Like, doing all, like, the off-road cuts and doing the turns, like, it's not bad to race on. But, like, it's Mario Circuit 3 with no other bell whistle. Like, compared to, like, Mario Circuit 2, like, that has the glider ramp. This track doesn't really have anything. Like, it's just Mario Circuit 3 again. So, it's, like, if you compare this track to literally most of the other tracks in the game, like, what does it do? Like, what does it really do to make it, like, stick out in the crowd? Nothing, because it's still just Mario Circuit 3 with no change. Like, it might be scaled a bit smaller, sure, but, like... Yeah, I don't know. Like... It's just not it. Like, it's just not it. Like, I will... Like, again... Gameplay-wise, it's fine. And I think I'd rather play this... barely over... Donut Plains 3. But it's still not a great track. Because it's not a great track because it gets outclassed by literally most of all the other ones. So, yeah, it's just... It's there. It's fine. You're just not gonna stick out, in my mind. Mario Circuit 3. Katamari Desert, though. This track, this is definitely the best version of Katamari Desert, because they actually do a bit more with it by having you get routed onto the train tracks on the second lap. So that's fun. I do like that, and going on the train tracks for a majority of the race. I think that's neat. I think that's a really unique change to this track, just to make it more varied, in a way. But then other than that, visually, it's still just Katamari Desert. I don't really like this track visually, because I feel like it's so barren, like, beyond, like, where you're driving at. When you look off into the distance, there's just not a whole lot going on. Like, if they had, like, a town somewhere out there, like, that would, like, make things a little varied. But it's just very plain. I wish visually it was more interesting. And, like, the regular route that you go on lap 1, like, it's fine. Shortcuts are cool, but then that's really it. Like, there's not a whole lot of, like, variety here. Like, when you get to lap 2, like, that's where the variety picks up with you dodging the trains and whatnot. But, yeah, other than that, like, yeah, this track's just fine. It is a fine track. I'm not as train-pilled as Shraphyllis is, so you are gonna go... You're gonna go in B. Probably, like... Honestly, probably a high B, because, like, the train is pretty cool. The whole train track thing is really nice. I will give it that, but other than that, nah. B is all you're gonna be at, literally. Waluigi Pinball. We love Waluigi Pinball, don't we? I mean, I do, but I don't like it as much as other people. I'm not like, I will say, like, Waluigi Pinball is a really neat track. I like conceptually, like, being on a pinball table is really nice. Visually in this game, I think is really pretty. But, like, I don't think it's the best track in the game. Like, this is, like, probably the one track in the game that I think is overrated. I think. It's just... It's a good track. It's a great track, even. It's just not the best track. I think part of it is kind of due to... Maybe, like, you shouldn't spend as much time on, like... the rails... I guess, as you do, maybe get more on the table a little bit, I don't know, but like, other than that, like, gameplay, it's fine, it's neat, I do like racing on this, it's just a fun, thrilling time, but I don't think it's like, in the upper, like, S or S plus tier. I think compared to others, I do think I do think A plus is a fair, like, well, maybe not fair. I do think it's a nice placement for me. Like, I think A plus just rounds it out a little bit. That being said, I might like Wario Stadium just a little bit more. I just think it's a bit more fast-paced, in my opinion. So, yeah, y'all gonna go, like, y'all can share a spot in A+, you two. Good job. Y'all are twins. Congratulations. Sydney Sprint, baby! Let's go! We love Sydney Sprint. It's just a fun track. Like, now, yeah, I do think there's like a couple of points to point out. Like the lap 1 bridge is, you know, just fine. It's better than what it was, I guess, in Tour, where all you really got was items being thrown at you, which was kind of cool, but it was just a boring straightaway at the end of the day. But here you got like a big ramp that doesn't get any attention until lap 2, so you're just kind of dodging that ramp, which is not a bad idea, but it could have been something just a little bit more there. And like the ending bit of lap 1 and the beginning of lap 3 could have a little bit something else. But then lap 2 you come across, and then you go through like the big like reserve area place, and that's fun, like dodging like the little mini walls and going through all like the turns. Like, I think that's fun. I think that's some neat variety. And then you go on the ramps on the bridge, followed by going through like a little park, and then gliding back through to the Sydney Opera House, which, by the way, Sydney Opera House, lovely set piece to drive through. And then lap 3 is just lap 1 again, but backwards, which I think it's fun, and nice little callback to Paris Promenade, in my opinion. Yeah, I think just makes a really nice, solid ending of the race, in my opinion. Especially when you use that shortcut, like, at the beginning of lap 1, at the end of lap 3. That's fun. I really like that. Like, it's just a nice, chill vibe. Like, again, it's like a very nice, calming, chill, fun vibe that I just really like about it. And I've always liked about it since it came out. And with that, I'm gonna put it in... I think you barely miss S, but S minus I will put you in. Like, on the top of S minus. I think you're just really fun. Just a really solid track overall. Yeah, get that hydration, baby. Alright. This is a great image to put. Alright, everybody. Say it with me now. The shortcut is really neat. Alright, we're done with that. I like Snowland. I just think it's neat. Like, compared to the original Snowman, like, this is way better. This is so much better than the original Snowland. Like, the original Snowland was fine, but the screen shaking and honestly not really a whole lot of interesting visuals going on. Yeah, that does not help with that track in the original game. But here, interesting visuals, no screen shaking, some pretty neat obstacles and whatnot. I like it. I like you. You're definitely a lovely glow up. And I really like you for the shortcut, because dang, that shortcut's just fun to pull off. That's for dang sure. I know a lot of people probably don't like this track, but obviously I kind of do. Snowland, we will put you. I will put you. Yeah, I'll put you in A+ too. I think you're still, like, the layout's still just fine enough. But yeah, A+, I think that's where you would be. I think you're a lovely place to be. Alright, Mushroom Gorge. I think for me, Mushroom Gorge in this game might be a touch overrated. Just a bit. And that might be the case with the original version too, but like, in this game, I don't really, like, it doesn't really, like, go up in the top echelon of tracks. Like, it's still Mushroom Gorge at the end of the day, where you're, like, bouncing around on mushrooms and taking the gap cuts and whatnot. And, like, it's pretty preserved visually, at least in my opinion. Like, it's, like, again, it's Mushroom Gorge. Like, it's neat. But is it as good in this game as it is in Wii? I think in comparison to all the other tracks in this game with this track is better than, like, most. But I think it's more or less in the middle, with this version. Like, one thing I do like about this version is that it's basically just combining the two previous versions and then forging them into one. Because in the first version had, like, the two paths, and then the second version had, like, the second path have a glider ramp at the end, and then this version has the two paths, but also the glider ramp that you can take. So I do like that about this version, just putting everything into the nice little all-in-one package, depending on how you're feeling. But yeah, Mushroom Gorge is a good track. But is it as good as others? I think it kind of meets a bit of the Wario's Goldmine Grumble Volcano problem, where, like, they're good tracks, but in comparison to others, they just don't stick out as much. So, I think I'm gonna put you maybe on the lower end of A-. Like, maybe the lowest end of A-. Might be a bit of a weird take, but yeah. Yeah, I'll put you there. I think that's where you go. Okay, we can actually talk about Sky High Sunday now. I like this track. It's like my second favorite of the oval tracks in this game. Like, I don't mind it visually. Like, it has, like, the Fall Guys feel, as some people put it, and yeah, I definitely do get that vibe. And I mean it in a good way. Like, I do think the vibe of this track is just colorful, playful, all that jazz. One thing that people don't like about this track is that it's an oval, and there's not a lot going on, probably. Oval, I get. Going on, I kind of disagree a little bit. Like, I like the gameplay of, this track. Even, like, in Tour as well. Like, the gameplay loop of, you know, doing all these tricks, going off the spin boosters, aka the rails, just doing all the tricks, doing a little bit of anti-gravity floating. I never minded this one. Like, I thought, like, even when I first played it and, like, did my original ranking of it years ago, like, I did like this one. It's not, like, the best track. It's not, like, and especially not, like, one of the best of the non-city nitros from Tour. But, like, I do like this one. I do find a nice bit of fun with this track. And I'm surprised it's coming back in World, but I'm not gonna mind it, because that way, this track could be a bit more fleshed out. Because, yeah, I could say that it's not as fleshed out in this game as it probably could be. But hey, whatever way you put it, I do like this one. I am a Sky High Sunday defender, in a way, and I'm gonna put this in A- as well. I think I'm gonna put it, like, probably about here. I think that'll be where it goes for now. Yeah, A- there. I like that. Alright, take another small timeout, because we are now 4/6 of the way through, I think. So, hi chat. Hope y'all well. Checking in on chat. Bing bong, bing bong. Hope y'all well. Hope y'all have been enjoying me yapping for 2.5 hours. Or almost 3 if you're counting just the stream time. Fun. that all the fun jazz and whatnot. But man, I am definitely, like, I just have all the tired energies today. Like, geez, it's tired energy central. But that's what happens when you don't have tea. Wait. Get some water, though. Alright. So, London Loop. This is like an antithesis of layout-wise. Layout-wise, it's kind of fun. I do like driving through it. It's windy. It's a bit chaotic with some turns. I do like it, and I definitely like the chain jumps breaking out on the last lap. I think that's a fun element to this version. But other than the chain jumps, you don't really have a lot of things to dodge when normally racing, do ya? Like, you don't have like a car, really. You have buses, but that's really it. You don't have like Goombas walking around. Yeah, I kind of feel like they needed to be something else with this track just to make it stand out a little bit more. And even then, there's a track that's similar to this that'll come up way later that I think just does this idea of a city track but better, being more windy and whatnot. So we'll get to that when we get to that, but yeah. But also, like, the set pieces aren't as compelling as, like, in other city tracks. Like, you got going by Buckingham Palace and London Eye, but not really much else aside from that. Oh, I guess the London Bridge too. But yeah, like, the streets aren't really that interesting, aside from just like being neat turns to drive on. So yeah. Yeah. Excuse me. Man, what the heck happened to all of you? There you go. Okay. So yeah, London Loop. I think you're like a B+ track. I think I'll put you here. Yeah, you're a B+ track. You're fine. You could be A- if you just had a little something to spice you up. In my opinion. Blue Lake! Not the most, like, amazing glow-up in the world, but it is a really solid glow-up. Especially now that there is a lake that you could go into, as opposed to, like, a dark void. That's fun. Other than that, like, it does just feel like Blue Lake with some neat elements as well. Having a bit more slope stuff. Not making it as flat. Like, the final section with all the ramps, that's fun. I definitely like that bit of the track. Visually, I think it looks really nice. I like the moonlight. I like the haunted house in the back. This is just a solid track. It's a solid GBA track. It's not the most standout one, I think, of all of them, but I think it is. I think it just barely cracks A. Yeah, I think it barely cracks A. I think for what they went for in this version, I think they did it pretty well. So, you go right there, Blue Lake. You're a good contender. There you go. Rock Mountain! It's Rock Mountain from Mario Kart 7. It's a pretty neat showcase of the glider. The big glider section in the middle is by far like the most interesting part of the track. You just glide on down. I think it's neat. It's a neat set piece, definitely. As well as like going up the mountain at the end of the track. Other than that, cave section's fine. The opening section's fine. It's definitely like focused on the glider, which is not a bad thing. I mean, that's kind of the reason I'm assuming this track was made in the first place, to showcase more of the glider. And in Mario Kart 7, I'm sure that worked fantastically and really well. This game though, I mean, still a solid track. I do like it, but I think it loses a little bit of the magic when you have it in a game, especially without the more free moving glider that 7 had. But still not a bad track. I still like it. In like a bit of a gameplay department in some way. I think you're like a low A-. I think the gliding like focus does carry it a little bit. Yeah. We're so close. Wah. Now, Maple Treeway. I think of all the Wii tracks in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, of which there are a lot of, surprisingly, this might be my favorite one that they brought back. Like, visually, like, Maple Treeway is just a really nice track presentation-wise, like being in the fall season. But I also really like its layout. Like, you blast off into the tree, you go on like its branches and trunks and whatnot. Gameplay wise, like dodging the regulars is pretty neat, as well as like going through all like the leaf piles to get items. Having the half pipe, first instance of the half pipe in Mario Kart 8, like I think that's pretty fun. The half pipe's a very neat thing. Like, it's Maple Treeway. Like, it's like one of the best Wii tracks in Mario Kart Wii, and they brought it over here. Like, the one thing I'm missing is the rope bridge, but I don't mind it as much. That's just like one little thing that doesn't really make or break a track for me. Like, this track is just sound like racing on it. I just always have a good time with it, like taking all the turns and, you know, dodging all the items and just boosting my way through. Like, it's just so fun. And I think I will put it in the S+ tier. Probably around here. Yeah, right there. S+ tier right there. Maple Treeway. I like it. I like it a lot. Berlin. Byways. Music's great. That's like the one main note that everybody makes. Other than that though, I do like this track, for what it is. It's like the only like city track that has like a big focus on traffic, which I think that makes that stand out quite a bit. In terms of like some set pieces you go through, I think laps 1 and 3 are the strongest when it comes to set pieces. Like you go through like the train station and then that final few turns with the little slanted thing that leads into like a higher, lower passage thing. I think that's neat. Lap 2 being focused on the cars, like, I don't mind the car. The cars are fun to dodge and whatnot. Maybe there could have been a little bit more visual variety, maybe, with, the big roads there, but overall, I do think, lap 2 is pretty solid all around. And in lap 3, you go by the Berlin Wall, you go through, like, this building thing, and then you go through and around like another building. I'm terrible with geography, you know, especially when I'm thinking of it on the spot. And then going through the park and making your way back through. Yeah, like I think it ends really with a really solid way. Berlin's just solid. I always found it to be just one of the more solid city tracks in this game, and in Tour as well. But like this game, I definitely think has it pretty solid in my opinion. And where I would put it, I think I would put it, yeah, I would put it in A+. I think if maybe lap 2 had, like, just a little something more, it probably would crack S-, but for now, I think, A+ will do for that one. Alright, and then after that is Peach Gardens. Peach Gardens! Ah, a lovely DS track that actually got a pretty solid remake in this game. Especially compared to the Tour version. Good grief, the Tour version. Mainly with the one patch of grass, but still. I really need to learn how to, like, make sure I click on that before I change expressions. Anyway, Peach Gardens! Yeah, I definitely really, like this track. I think it's just really, it's another one of those, like, you know, calm, chill tracks with a little bit of fun in there. Like, you got the maze with, the chain chomps. You got, like, the piranha plant in the middle of, like, the roundabout near the end. Multimos. You got, just a lot of fun, like, turns, a lot of fun visual set pieces. And on the final lap, you get taken a different route, which leads you backwards on Peach Gardens, which I think just makes this version of the track stand out way more than, like, what most people would think. Like, I am surprised on, like, how, like, they did the whole route change gimmick on this track, and I think it do be neat in that regard. I think it's really dang solid. As where I would put it, I think I put it in A+. Like a high S, no, A+. Yeah, right there. A very high A+. These two could really switch positions, but yeah, I think I did get there. Merry Mountain. Let's be honest, the one thing that this track has going for it is presentation. Like, it just fits the Christmas vibe very, very well. Like, I think we could agree Christmas is abundant with Merry Mountain. That said, however, layout-wise, I just think it's okay. Like, it's a mountain track, which we like mountain tracks, don't we? But it's one of the more simple mountain tracks, actually. Like, going up to the mountain, like, aside from, like, the beginning, where you can, like, either go on, like, the rails, or just go up the main path, like, there's not a whole lot going on from, like, the midsection of the climb up to the top. Like, you got, like, potential of falling off the edge, like, as shown in this, like, visual here. But, like, it's not really much of a threat, in my opinion. Especially when you have all that snow to slow you down before you fall off. Like, I kind of feel like the lead up to the mountain should have had a little bit more going on. Like, maybe, like, a couple more U-turns, maybe. And then that probably would have made it a little bit better. And then the lead down the mountain, I think, is a neat little idea. But, like, it's a little slow. Even with, like, those little boosters, I just kind of feel like it's a little slow. Maybe if they had, like, a boost ramp or two, that would have been neat to make the downhill section of the mountain a bit more thrilling. But yeah, Yeah, honestly, this is probably my least favorite of the non-city nitros from Tour. Like, by a decent bit. Presentation-wise, it's really solid, but I think for gameplay-wise, I think you'll like a low B+. Yeah. That's kind of where you kind of sit at for me. Yeah. Alright. And last but not least, for the final of the 3/4 checkpoint, we have 3DS Rainbow Road. A very neat Rainbow Road to bring back. Definitely a fan favorite, that's for dang sure. Is it the best Rainbow Road in this game? I feel like it's close, but maybe not quite. And I'll have to ponder on that a little bit when we get to Wii. But for what this track is, it's still 3DS Rainbow Road. It's still a really lovely journey from start to finish, going by planets, bouncing up and down, going to Saturn, going to the moon, and then the final stretch where you like go on the conveyor belts, the little tube section, gliding down this pretty neat straightaway with lots of gameplay variety if you want. Like, it's still a really solid journey from start to end. I think maybe the ending maybe could be a little bit better. Like, it's just like a simple turn. Like, I think in the original you could like do a shortcut at the end, but I think in this version you can't really do that, or it's harder to do. But yeah, other than that, like, it's 3DS Rainbow Road. It's still like one of the best Rainbow Roads in the series. As for where it goes in terms of all of this, looking at all these tracks, I think it might be in S tier. Yeah, you are like high S tier. I think you're just missing out a little bit on S+. Because I just think I might like the tracks in S+ just a little more. Just for a little bit more gameplay variance. I think that's really all that I would say. But you're still really good. You're still up there with all the others. So congratulations. Amsterdam Drift. A track that ended up kind of going from, at least in my opinion, to be like, oh, alright, it's a neat little track, to, this is actually kind of good. This is actually kind of a good city track out of all of them. Like, I think I like going through the more, you know, countryside areas, like on laps 1 and 3. I think that's pretty neat set pieces. But also, like, the canal section, I do kind of like. I think it's the only city track with water that you go through. Minus, I guess, Los Angeles laps, I guess. But, like, as, like, a main point of the track, it's the only one with, like, a bit of more of an underwater element. So, that's kind of interesting. And the canal section isn't too bad, actually. Like, I think it's a little fun. It could be a little longer, I think, in my eyes, but hey, like, I do like it. Like visually speaking, like, Amsterdam is a bit unique. It definitely has more of that, like, countryside, more not metropolitan city kind of vibe that I do appreciate. And there's, like, some nice set pieces, a decent amount of obstacles to avoid. The main city portion you can drive through is not too bad. Yeah, I do like you. I do end up kind of liking Amsterdam Drift, quite a bit. As for where it goes, I think it goes. I think it could kind of sit comfortably a bit alongside Berlin in the A+ tier. Yeah, I think so. I do like you. I think you're neat. I think you're chill and whatnot. Catch that up a little bit. Alright, next up is Riverside Park. Riverside Park. Visually speaking, you look really lovely. Like, visually, like, you just have, like, a lovely glow-up. Objectively, maybe the best looking of the Booster Quest Pass GBA tracks, but I think I might just like the visuals of, Blue Lake a little bit more. But, like, you're still pretty solid track. I love the little walking piranha plants as like the obstacles for this one. That's fun. I also really like the ending section where you go up like a cave and then pop out of the waterfall. Like, that's fun. Like, I like that as a gameplay variety. Other than that though, you're good. You're a good track. I don't think I like you as much as some of the other GBA tracks in this game. But you are a solid one. You are a nice solid one to race on. Just something chill, something neat. But like, you're not gonna be like, it's never my first pick. I think that's a point I'm trying to make. It's never my first pick. But I don't mind racing on it. I think I'm gonna put you in like high B plus. Yeah, high B plus, I think that's where you go. Like, you're good. You know, objectively a pretty good remake of Riverside Park. But you could, I don't know. You're not my first choice when it comes to GBA tracks I would want to race on. Almost around the 3-hour mark. Isn't that fun? DK Summit. Alright, I'm just gonna say this now. This is probably my favorite of the two DK mountain tracks in this game. And probably, I guess, my favorite DK track in the game in general. I just like, DK Mountain's just fun. Like, it's a nice fun time, a lot of action you go on with all the half pipes and like jump ramps and whatnot. Like, it's just neat. DK statue being there, that's always fun. The snowboarding Shy Guys are always just fun to dodge. Like, it's just a really solid slope down the mountain. I just have a really fun time with it anytime I race on it. Hey, Mega Zero. It's been a bit since I've seen you over here. Hope you're doing well. Alright, but DK Summit, I think I will put it in like an S tier range. I think I'll put it in the S- tier. I think that's where it shall be. I think is where it shall go. It shall live. It shall exist. Yeah. It could go next to the Shy Guy Falls. That's fun. I hope you are well. I'm doing alright. I am tired from talking, but that's what I am putting myself up with, you know? You know, after all this yapping, I'm gonna get some nice rest. That's for dang sure. Alright. Let me get a better visual. Not work. Yoshi Island. This is like the second best Nintendo franchise track. Definitely. It's like the theming's just really nice. I love the colors. I'm not a Yoshi Island player, for the record. Let me just state that up front. But like I do like the representation it has going for with this, and the set piece variety. I think it's just really neat. Like you go through like the plains into like a watery castle place with a cave, up a volcano, up in the skies, and then all the way back down. Like it's just like surprisingly really good. Like who would think that they would do a Yoshi Island track just so nice? Except if they're like the one person that doesn't like Yoshi's Island for some reason. I don't know. But yeah, like Yoshi's Island like gameplay has variants. Obstacles are very unique. The music's very catchy. The shortcut where you hit like the cloud to get the optional path, I think that's fun. Yeah, overall like I think this does like Yoshi's Island like pretty well, in my opinion. And so I will kick y'all up to... Yeah, you know, like, you're probably like low S plus tier, but you're still S plus tier. I like you, Yoshi's Island. I think you're just great. I got on. Yeah. Eepy doggy. What happens when I don't have tea? Dang it. Alright, next up we have Bangkok Rush, aka a track that got slightly butchered in this version, mainly because they took out the ink piranha plants. I don't know why they did that. Those were some neat enemies that you could go through, but sure. And then they also like made the street part on like lap 2 not as fun in general. Like I guess the streets in general are not as neat to go through. But other than that, like Bangkok Rush is still pretty solid. I love lap 1, like going through the canal and then going on like the train station bit. That's fun. Lap 2, like, it could be better, honestly. They could have done a bit more with lap 2, but it's fine nevertheless. And then lap 3 is pretty solid, where you go, where you like take a brief visit through like the parking lot, and then bouncing on the shop tents. That's always fun. And then, yeah, like going back to the train station with the double routes that you can go through. Like, that's fun. Like, Bangkok Rush is a track that I do like driving on. Again, I think if they added more obstacles and stuff, and I think that's just a thing of city tracks in general. If they added more obstacles, they could be a heck of a lot better. But as it stands for Bangkok in particular, I think you belong... nowadays, I think you belong in A. I'll put you, like, around here. Yeah, middle of A. Yeah. You could be better, you could be worse, but I still like you all the same. Let me skim through this a little bit. DS Mario Circuit. You had to be sacrificed. Or Airship Fortress had to be sacrificed. But I do like you. You are like my second favorite circuit in this game. And I think just my favorite Mario circuit in general. Like, this is surprisingly a really fun track to play on. Like, I see why some competitive people really like this track. I mean, you got pretty neat shortcuts, especially in the forest. You got some fun obstacles to dodge. I really like it visually. Like, it's visually, like, a really nice, Mario circuit, for my money. And, like, yeah, like, it's just fun gameplay-wise. It's one of the trickier Mario circuits, that's for sure. But I do like it. I don't mind Airship Fortress getting cut, even though that probably would have been a better track. To get Mario Circuit, because Mario Circuit definitely deserved a time in the spotlight, and I definitely think it did here. So, yeah. And with this, I will put you again in the A+ tier. Like, I think you barely miss out on S-, but I do think you are very good. You are a very good track. I like all these DS tracks being an A+ tier. That's just funny to see. Now we have Waluigi Stadium. This is the best Waluigi track in this game, and probably in the series. Like, Waluigi Stadium is just really fun. It has a lot of fun ramps. The half-pipe section with the piranha plants is just really neat. Like, I don't think anybody can complain about that. I like the new, like, optional routes that you can go on with anti-gravity. I think that's kind of fun. I like the nighttime visuals. Like, the nighttime visuals are really lovely. Like, this track, just in general, just looks very pretty, in my opinion. It's just really heckin' fun. Yeah, it just has really solid gameplay variants. Maybe it could have, like, maybe a little bit more. Just a little bit. Mainly, like, in the middle, like, near the beginning of the track. And maybe a bit at the end. But other than that, like, yeah, I do really like this track. It's surprising on how, like, good just this track is in this game in general. So, yeah, I'm gonna give you a pretty good ranking. I am gonna give you... I think you also, like, fit in... Like, do I like you more than Wario Stadium? That's the main correction. I think I like you... I think looking at my rankings a little bit... I think you do end up cracking S- by a little bit. Yeah. Like, you're visually a little more interesting. You have some neat gameplay variants. Like, any of these, like, Wario Stadium and Waluigi Stadium could probably swap where they are, honestly, but I think for where we're at, I do think both of you fit nice, like, right there. I think, but yeah, Waluigi Stadium just barely cracks S-. For me. In fact, I think it might be not. I'm just sitting here thinking about it. I think it just goes a little higher. Yeah, right there. You can live there. Singapore Speedway. I think this is just the best city track in the game in general. I think most of us can agree with that. Like, yeah, it's like Singapore is just, well, first of all, visually lovely. Second of all, like, I love the set pieces with this track. Like, going up to the hotel on lap 1, Chinatown lap 2, then going back to, like, the ground level of the hotel, I guess, leading into lap 3. Conveyor belts aplenty, lots of gliding, back to Chinatown. Like, the gameplay variance is just fun. Like, I think it's really fun and solid. Maybe some obstacles here and there could have, like, maybe a little bit more, could have made this, like, super, super high. But, honestly speaking, like, I still really like, Singapore Speedway. Like, it's a really, really, really fun track. Like, yeah, like, it's just visually just has a lot going for it that I do appreciate it compared to some other city tracks. And so, I will put this in... I think you're just in S. I don't think you're an S+, but you are an S. I think I'll put you, like, in the middle around here somewhere. Yeah. I think S+, I think just works out pretty well for you. Or S, I mean. Athens Dash. A really, really neat city track that I do like. It's probably the most unique looking city track out of all of them, taking more place in like the cool temple looking ruins area thing. Parthenon, that's probably what I'm thinking of. Taking more like a Parthenon ruins area as opposed to like being in a town for most of the race. I think that's neat. You got amphitheater that you go through. And then like you're in this mountainous region where you can like dodge rocks and stuff. Like visually speaking, like this is probably like the most distinct city track out of all of them. Like I could look at an image of Athens and be like, yep, that's Athens, alright. So yeah, I think it did a good job in that regard. I think my only real complaint with this track is that I think the ending bit is kind of loses me a little bit, mainly because you don't get an item box at, like near the very end, so you just kind of stuck itemless, meaning you didn't really do a whole lot up until the ending. But like other than that, like I do think it's a really neat track and very unique looking. And yeah, I think... Where do I want to put you, though? I want to... That is Vancouver, which you belong over here. There you go. I think I'll put Athens. Athens. I think you barely crack S. Yeah. You barely crack S. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. I think you can go there. Visually speaking, it definitely carries the track for me. By a little bit. Daisy Cruiser, a pretty classic track. Going through a nice little cruise line. We go by a pool, or into the pool. The dining room area is fun. Just seeing all, like, the people, go back and forth on the tables as they're sliding. That's really fun and neat to see. And then you have, like, into the bowels of the ship. You could go into, like, a hole where it's all flooded and whatnot. That's fun. An eel is residing there, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's Daisy Cruiser. It's a really solid track. It always has been. Like, it's just unique to be on a cruise line. Like, just driving around in a boat. It's great. As for where I will put it, like, it doesn't stick out in my mind from, like, other, like, notable tracks in this game. But I think it sticks out just enough that I'll put you in... Yeah, I'll keep you in A. I think A is a pretty fine place for you to be. I think you're just nice and fun. And dandy. Moonview Highway, a very surprising track to see in this game. But it is a fun track. Like, I do like Moonview Highway. Like, I think this is probably the best or like one of the best traffic tracks in this game. Like you got like the nice unique nighttime presentation going through like a bit of like the wilderness before you go into the city and go through all the boost panels. Some say this track got nerfed because, you know, the cars are a lot slower in this version, and I do see that. But it's still just a really nice fun track to race on. Like I like the city theming. I kind of wish the city was maybe a little bit more varied in like its layout, but for what it is, like I do think it works for this track and how you could go all zoomies and whatnot with this. So yeah. And also I just like the beginning section. The beginning section I think is really cool. Where I will put it though, I think I will put. I think it cracks S minus. Yeah, I think it cracks S minus. I think you go probably around here, maybe. Probably like right here. Yeah, I think you go right there in S minus. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Squeaky clean sprint. A smash hit with, I think, many people. Like, being in a bathroom, like being small in a bathroom, that's just neat. Going, like, into a bathtub, going through a sink, getting to interact with all these, things here and there, like, it gives off the vibes of, you know, Ribbon Road, and, like, how that track just works well for being, you know, being small in a big ward. Like, being in, like, a room of the house racing is just a neat idea in general. And I think with a bathroom-themed one, yeah, I think they did a really good job with it in this game, and in Tor as well. And like some of like the path variances that you can do with some sections, like I think it's just really solid and really neat to look at and race through. Like it's definitely a really fun track at the end of the day. So I think where I'll put it, I think I will put it in S tier, probably alongside Ribbon Road. I think they're both like, you know, big small tracks, and I think they can carry their own weight, and with each other, like I think they work well as well. So yeah, I like both of them. Both of them are neat. Y'all can live together. Y'all good. Los Angeles Labs. I have notes about this one. I do like Los Angeles Labs more than most, but there are some things I could probably point out. The good I could point out is that I like lap 1, like going to the beach and all that, and then I like going through lap 3 where you like go through like the multi-path construction zone. I just think that's a unique set piece, going through a construction site a little bit. That's fun. And then other than that, like, the streets of LA are, you know, fine enough. Like, they're, like, I like the turns that you can go through some of them, especially on, like, lap 2. But I will admit that it does kind of end up not having a lot going on in terms of, like, things to dodge. Like, you're not really dodging a whole lot of stuff in the streets, which I think is probably its biggest detriment in this game. But, like, other than that, I like driving in it. I like the vibes going for it. And, like, there's some sections that I do like. So, yeah, I think it's overall pretty solid, all things considered. Where it will go, I think it will go. I like it. But I think it's probably, like, A-. I like it. yeah. I give it an A, but you're a very low A, like A minus A. So, yeah, I think you can go sit comfortably over there. Man, we haven't had a totally kind of not great track in a while. Well, here's one right now. Sunset Wilds. Okay. So, I'm in a dilemma with Sunset Wilds as a track in general, because I don't mind it, like, in the original game. But, like, I don't think it's one of the best tracks in the original game. And, like, playing it sometimes in the original game, I don't know, it just kind of feels a bit awkward. So, there's a part of me that likes playing this track a bit more in this version. But the problem with this version is that in terms of the changes it makes, it kind of plays it a little safe in terms of, like, what you do. Like, theoretically, like, the stuff you do is the same. Like, you go through the mud pits with the ramps, you go past all the Shy Guys, all that jazz. But, like, it's kind of flat still. Like, it's probably, like the flattest, like, GBA track in this game. Like, and also, just for the record, this was, like, one of the first GBA tracks in Mario Kart Tour that got, like, a facelift, and I think it kind of shows. Because there's not really a lot going on when it comes to the facelift. Like, it's just like, oh, let's just modify the layout a little bit. There you go. And they didn't really do much else aside from that. So, yeah, it's just a very weird remake. Like, I don't mind it. Again, I like playing on it, but it is just a very, I don't know. Like, it's better, but like 0.1 better. And yeah, the sunset's not in this version, so yeah, we already knew that. So, like, at the end of the day, with this game, or this track, you are up here. I think you have enough variance going on where you're like here, because I do like the mud section and dodging Shy Guys and the 2 hills at the end. But yeah, you're like in here somewhere. I think I'll put you like in the middle, I think. Like, yeah, you're just a very weird remake, like, in my opinion. Koopa Cape, getting the honorary of being maybe the most butchered Wii track in Mario Kart 8, mainly due to, like, maybe some scaling and, you know, some other random things here and there. I don't really, like, care on, like, how butchered it is compared to the original. Like, it is missing things, that's for sure. But I don't mind what this is in this game, because, and Blanket Slate, it's still Koopa Cape. It's still a neat little track where you, like, go down, like, a little creek and into an underwater tube thing. Like, I don't mind that. And, like, I don't mind it being entirely underwater in the tube thing, necessarily. But it's not sticking out as much now, because, like, I think because of it losing some of the elements that it originally had, it kind of backed down from being like for more like a top tier contender for best Wii retro track in this game, if you will. So yeah, it's in a weird spot. Like, it's a fun track. I do like racing on it. but it's not, it doesn't stick out to me in this game as much as it probably does in something like Wii. Its original home game. Where I would put it, though, I think I will put... Honestly, it kind of feels like it's on the same wavelength as Mushroom Gorge, I think. Because, like, it's a good track, but it's not sticking out compared to, like, other Wii tracks in this game. So A-, I think, is where it will go for the time being. Get some water. Vancouver, Vancouver, Vancouver. Okay, so let's get this out of the way. Lap 1 is the best lap of Vancouver Velocity. It's probably one of the best individual tracks in Mario Kart Tour. Hold on, let me do this again. Yeah. Getting this out of the way, like, Vancouver Velocity is, like, by far, like, Vancouver Velocity 1 is by far, like, the best, like, version of Vancouver Velocity in the game, which is lap 1 in this one. Like, it's really fun, it's visually unique. I love the, like, the suspended bridge, like, near the end of lap 1. That's fun. Like, it's all just really neat. It's just a nice set piece to drive in. But much like how I was in Tour, as the versions progress, or the laps progress, the worse it got. Vancouver Velocity 2, or Lap 2, I think it's a neat time. Like, the little ice rink is a neat little set piece, and, like, going through, like, a little park. It's fine, but it's not as interesting as Vancouver 1, I think, for most people. But only, like, barely in my eyes. And then Lap 3 is just... Why end it on Lap 3? Because that's, like, the most uninteresting lap or version of all of Vancouver Velocity. Like, I'm sure people have said this, but it bears repeating. They should have made it in this game where you start with 3, then go to 2, and then do 1. That's what they probably should have done to make the progression flow a little nicer. It's the same problem that I have with, like, you know, New York Minute. Ending on its weakest variant is not a fun time to have. So, yeah, like, Vancouver Velocity, I wish you were better. Like, you start off great, you continue pretty alright, you end kinda lame. And so, you're gonna get a B because of that. A B plus, specifically. So, yeah. Also, visually, like, you do look nice. But, like, yeah, I wish you were better. But you just kind of end on a bit of a whimper, in my eyes. We're almost done, chat. One more wave to go. One more wave to go. I am tired. This is taking way longer than I thought it would. But you know what? We're getting there. Pump up the jam and whatever other thing you would like to pump up. Anyway, let's talk about it. Alright, so. Rome Avanti. Rome hecking Avanti. This is what London Loop wishes it could be. Like, because both have a similar vibe of, like, having a very convoluted layout with all sorts of turns and stuff. But this one, I think, has actual more interesting set pieces. Like, you have the Roman Colosseum, obviously, in both laps 1 and 3. You have, like, a bunch of roundabouts and random things that you go around. You have the little split path near the end of laps 1 and 3, where you, like, dodge, like, the rocky wrenches and the fuzzies. So that's fun. And then you have like travels through like some more park-like areas and a little bit of ruins here and there. Like this one just has more interesting set pieces, and I think overall like it has a more interesting like aesthetic, like being placed at night, having a bit more of an old-timey feel, for lack of a better term. Like I think just makes this feel a little more interesting in a way. That said, where I would place it in my ranking, I would put it, I think I put it in maybe a little bit of a high A. Yeah, it's a track I do vibe with. I do like driving on it. Like, it's just a very fun, wild time. Like, I do like it. I think it's neat. It's just a solid A track. DK Mountain, the lesser of the two DK Mountains. And, like, I mean, it's a neat track. Like, going all through the U-turns and whatnot in the middle. The cannon's just a classic set piece that we all like. But, I don't know. There's just something, like, again, it's one of those tracks that, in the original game, it's a really neat standout. In this game, I feel like it's missing something. Like, it's just not clicking with me in this game as it probably should be for being a fan favorite track. And also, it's probably because I might like Dino Dino Jungle more. I don't know. You tell me. But yeah. I don't know. Like, this track, it's fine. Like, it's a really neat track. It's DK Mountain. Like, Mario Kart Karted moment. Like, it's a solid track. But yeah, I don't know. I think something about DK Summit, just having a more interesting trek down the hill, I think that's what makes this not as stick out to me as it should, but yeah, it's a weird one. With it, I think I'm gonna put it, like, I think I'm honestly gonna put it in B+ tier, a high B+ tier. But, like, it's one that's just really far down here, where it's just, like, it's not my first choice to play a large majority of the time. Like, you're good. You're neat. But, I don't know, I'd rather play most other tracks. Even, like, some Wii tracks. More than you. Daisy Circuit, a very odd track to bring back. But that's not the last one for this selection. Wii Daisy Circuit, objectively speaking, I do like it. Like, I think it's one of the better, like, circuit tracks in this game. But, like, I don't know, it's still just alright. It's still just a okay circuit track. Like, in Mario Kart Wii, it was, like, the best circuit track in that game. Because you had Luigi Circuit and Mario Circuit, which aren't amazing. To my memory, and so like Daisy Circuit was like, oh wow, this is nice and it has variety. Like, that's one thing I'll give this. It's a nice little bit of variety for a circuit track. That's definitely true. But in this game, compared to all the other ones, it's just fine. It's a fine circuit track. The statue section, I think it's neat. But that's about it. Like, it's a weird spot to be placed this late into the booster course pass. And I don't know, it's another one of those tracks that just doesn't click with me. I think that's really what that amounts to, in my opinion. So yeah, where it doesn't click with me, I think it's still a decent track. I think it's probably a high B still. But yeah, it's just fine. It's a fine enough track. But it's not like a standout one. Like, let me look at my ranking real fast. Stacy Circuit. And then... Yeah, well, I guess Hyrule Circuit counts as a circuit. Oh, well. Alright, Piranha Plant Cove! The last of the Tora non-city nitros added to this game. Piranha Plant Pipeway, like... Wish you were here. Anyway, but yeah, Piranha Plant Cove. It's good. I like how this one has variants in Tor, and like it's a section track in this game. I think that's kind of neat. It has some interesting like underwater driving that you do. I especially really like it on a lap 2 in particular. I think that's just fun. But yeah, like I don't like this as much as other people do. Like, I think it's the antithesis of it's good. It's a nice, solid track. It's a unique one in that regard. But yeah, like, I think some sections of this track do feel a little empty. Mainly in, like, mainly, like, where am I looking at? Mainly, like, in the underwater portion, like, on laps 1 and, 3 near the end. Like, I just kind of feel like those underwater portions could have had a little something more to do. Aside from, like, bouncing up geysers and, like, clams and whatnot. So, yeah, I think, like, Piranha Plant Cove 1, aka Lap 2, just provides the most interesting variety, I think, in terms of gameplay. But, other than that, like, it's still a fine track, overall. I think I will give you... I think I'll give you, like, probably a very low A-. Because I think Lap 2 does carry this track for me, and... Again, I like the visuals and the route change gimmick for this one, but, yeah, it's just fine. It's a fine A track. Just not a super standout one. Alright, 4 more tracks to go, baby. It's almost 4 hours into stream, that's fun. Madrid Drive. Surprisingly, a pretty solid city track, actually. For a track to end off, like, the cities for, the Booster Course Pass, I think it's a pretty decent one to end off with. I might have liked Rome maybe a little bit, but I do think Madrid does have stuff going for it. Like, it has a lot of interesting set pieces, like this like the plaza with the Wiggler. You got the museum, you got, like, the mall plant thing. I don't know what you would call that. I mean, ending with, like, the soccer stadium with the soccer balls being kicked around. I think that's pretty fun. It just has a lot of, like, just neat gameplay variety. It has some nice turns, has some decent obstacles and set pieces. Like, it's just a neat time. It's not, like, the most standout city track, at least for me. But it is one that's just like, oh yeah, I do like this track. It gives up maybe Amsterdam Drift vibes, but maybe not as prominent. But I still do like Madrid, I think, in that regard. Like, I think it's just a nice vibe to, track with. I totally said that backwards, maybe on purpose. Where you will go, I think I will put you... I think I'll put you in, like, A+ as well. I think you're, like, around here somewhere. Yeah. I like you, Madrid. I think you're neat. Rosalina's Ice Ward, though. That interesting track to pick. Like, it's a good track, but like, it's a weird one to pick for this game because it kind of falls in a similar category that I did with Mario Kart 7, where it's like, oh hey, it's the Special Cup. Most of these tracks aren't that great. And so when putting into this game, it's just like, yeah, it's even less great now. So, yeah, like, I like the idea of a snow-based Rosalina track. And, like, this one isn't bad, but, like, it's just missing, like, a little something. Like, I like the middle section with, like, the village and, like, you could go into the water on the ice. Like, that's fun. Like, that's a nice little set piece. But then other than that, you just kind of have, like, just a fine turn. A cave with a split path that you're only really gonna go down one path most of the time. Like, it's fine. I just kind of feel like they should have done something more intriguing. Like, expand more on the cave. A little bit, in my opinion. So yeah, like, it's fine. It's serviceable. It's good. It's decent. But yeah, you're just kind of there, in my opinion. I think you kind of fall in on like high B. I think, yeah, you're like a high B track. I don't really feel like putting you higher. And then we finally have a good SNES remake. No, not just good. A great SNES remake in the form of SNES Bowser's Castle 3. They actually made major changes. It's not just the regular version, but, you know, 3D a little bit. They actually had elevation changes with the split path section. You're on higher ground with thwomps. The split path section at the end, you have you can climb on rails. You could go through in between. There's variants to the gameplay. There's a few shortcuts you could take. Bone piranha plants, the thwomps at the end. I really like the use of thwomps at the very end. That's just cute. Yeah, no, like this, like they did like a SNES track actually really dang good. That's for dang sure. And visually speaking, like, this just looks nice. This is a really nice Bowser's Castle. It's fun. It's neat. It's fantastic. You, my sir, are not quite S+, but you are like S. You're like in here when it comes to S. Like, that's for dang sure. I like you, game. You are lovely. You are fantastic. You're great. I like ya. And then last, but certainly not least, we're on the last track, everybody. Bing bong, bing bong. We're on the last track. Good old Wii Rainbow Road. This is probably the best Rainbow Road in the game. So that's fun. It's Wii Rainbow Road. Like, I love, like, you got the downhill, and you're on anti-gravity the entire time, so that's fun. Boost ramps galore, tricks to go off of all over the place. Nice visuals, just in general. Half pipes are just neat to have. The fire when you fall down, that's back, that's fun. Just tricky turns. This is, like, just probably one of the hardest Rainbow Roads in, like, the series in general. And, yeah, like, it was carried over into this game pretty dang well, I would say. It's just a really solid and fun track that I just love playing on. Like, it's by far the best Rainbow Road in, Mario Kart 8. It just works. It just plays nicely. Like, I gotta put it all the way up. I think it goes all the way up into the S+ tier of tracks. So you go, like, right there. That's fun. That's dandy. That's nifty. But, yeah. But, yeah. We are now done ranking every single Mario Kart 8 Deluxe track. But I think we gotta do one little thing because this X tier is feeling a little bit empty. We gotta do some promotion for some of these S plus tracks. So we gotta think about what tracks I want in X, which I should rename Top 5. Let's do the top 5 tracks of all of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Your favorite. Your favorite. Yeah, your favorite. Your favorite. And yeah, I'll keep it as is. Yeah, why the heck not? Anything I want to change? No? Cool. Awesome. There you go. There's my top 5. There you go. Y'all can judge me on this tier list all you want. But yeah. We did it. We ranked all of them. I'm tired. I'm eepy. I want to go to bed. Gosh. But yeah, we got it. We got them all, baby. Let's hecking go. Ha. What a lovely ranking. I'm gonna save this before I forget. Alright, I have to log in. I guess I'll just take a screenshot later, but yeah. But yeah, with all that, I am done. Let's hide this. And go over here. I'm done. That was a hecking long stream. That took way longer than I thought it would. But yeah, no, that's what I get for doing some things, you know. It's fine. It's great. But yeah. I thank you all for watching. To those of you lurking around and all that, I appreciate each and every one of you. For the Twitch people, if you have not joined the Discord yet, join the Discord. Be 18, preferably knowing me for a little bit. That's all I ask. Best place to be notified when I go live. And just to chill, be vibe, and be groovy. And all that fun jazz. Stream schedule, Saturday will be Mario Kart 8 Deluxe with Dead End Dragon. That'll be a fun time. It'll be the last Mario Kart 8 stream before World comes out, so yay. Monday will be more a Hatted Time Death Wish. As per usual. And then Wednesday will be more Xenoblade Chronicles 2, as per usual. And then after that, I have no idea because I'm on Switch 2 standby mode. So, yeah, we'll figure that out in due time. But, yeah. Thank you all for being here. I'm gonna find a raid target to send y'all over to. Who do I wanna send y'all over to, though? Who's live? Who be live? Who to be live? Who to be live that I want to send y'all over to? That's a lot of people live on tonight. Jeez. So many people. Why are there so many people? I think I'll give y'all over to King Panda tonight. I'll send you over to King Panda. He is playing some Monster Hunter Wilds. So we'll give him the raid. Give Husk raid the message to him. And yeah. Thank you, Mega Zero. Hope you liked my yapping. Or whatever. But yeah, I am hecking tired. I need to like chill. Come on, wait, where's my... I want to scroll down, thank you. Get to King Panda, friend. There you go. King Panda! King Panda. Alright. We are raiding out. But yeah. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you all in the very near future. Until the next video or stream. Whenever the heck that may be. Good night, everybody. Have a fantastic evening. It was educational, Well, I'm glad. Good night, everybody. Gosh. Night.